We went with UMR for our medical and CVS Caremark for our prescription drugs. And we did that looking for some substantial savings, maybe in the costs that we're witnessing and incurring in health insurance. Today, we are running better dollar-wise than we were in the previous year under Anthem. However, we think, and we're going to have another meeting on the 23rd with LHD to discuss this, that a lot of those savings that we're witnessing has actually been passed on to the employees. Where before they were not paying for certain things, now they are paying a portion of that. So anyway, we're looking at that, looking at the possibility of maybe changing again. I'm not going to say we're going to, but we're looking at it. One of the problems we had with Anthem in the past was they kept a good percentage of the rebates that we would garner from the prescriptions. And with CVS Caremark, they're passing those through to us. And that's part of what we're witnessing, I think, in the savings. But Anthem has agreed if we go back to them that they'll carve out prescription drugs next year. And with Anthem, as you know, we had Franciscan Alliance. We had that Health Sync with them, which was a considerable savings to the employees as far as their deductible, and some more generous pricing that we experienced with them. So anyway, that we're hoping that we'll make some changes there. Maybe that'll be the benefit of the county and to the employees overall. Going down the list, everything's pretty much status quo. Postage is up, of course, because the postal department raised their prices. Yeah, so that's part of that. Beyond that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to address them for you.
I've reviewed the budget based on everything that you've said.
I am oh,
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
We're gonna let you talk, Mr. Bear.
I do appreciate that. First, I want to thank the council for the position that you're taking and the stand that you're making. I know it's a tough decision. I know it's a contentious decision, but we have to start somewhere. And I think this council, and I'm very proud of this council, and I've said it publicly and I'll say it many, many times, for making the stand that you're taking. Will there be mistakes made? Absolutely. But it had to start somewhere, and I think this council has taken the lead and has done what they should do to help protect the taxpayer for one, and the employees as another, to make everything as efficient and as effective we can. And I just wanted to thank you for that publicly and get it on record that I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I've been here a long time, and this is a good move for us to bring the pattern to the direction it should have been a long, long time ago. So thank you very much.
thank you for sharing that. It's good to hear.
Just the right thing to do.
Thank you.
I'm not going to possibly be here Monday night. I'm actually taking a trip to watch Green Bay's opening game, and I'll be on the road. And I know we have the GOB coming up, and I just wanted to, if you don't mind, if we just take a second here to, if you have any questions on the bond, the 2025 general obligation bond, I'd be happy to answer them while I'm here. I just don't want to.
I've briefly
Missed that.
reviewed it, as I'm sure the others have. I don't have anything at this time, Brian, but if I do, you're going to probably be checking your email, correct?
Oh, and you can call me.
Okay.
My phone's on 24/7 as
Okay.
always. They're trying to, IT's trying to get me set up so I've got a hotspot so I can be on my computer. I'm going to zoom in for the commissioner meeting on my way back. So I try not to miss anything if I don't have to. And secondly, I just want to, again, as I do every year, object to the raises for the commissioners. I knew what the pay was. It was a part-time salary, even though this is not a part-time job for me. It's a full-time job, and I think everybody understands that. And I think everybody knows the time that is put in the work that is done. But in that, we knew this was paid as a part-time job when I was elected to this position. I accepted that, and I do my job regardless of what that is. So as always, I would rather that money go somewhere else than in the pocket of the commissioners. And I'm one of three. But I wanted to, as always, I wanted to make that stand and publicly say that I think those wages, the wages that you're have been given by WIS are outrageous. And I know you're sticking with the WIS study, but
And there are reasons for that.
I understand. But I think if you want to get dedicated service from an elected position as ours, I think sometimes it has to be based on the ability and the attitude of those people to do it for community service, which is why I got into this. I didn't get into this for the money or the benefits. I got into this to protect and serve the public. So just want to get that out there. And that may be disagreeable with a lot of other people, but thank you for the time.
Are you done? Are you both done speaking or? So I can
Yeah,
offer
I don't
discussion.
have anything to add unless there's some questions on anything.
So, for discussion, I'll go first if that's acceptable. I certainly understand and respect where you're coming from, Mr. Baird, on the pay. We just do see things a little differently, and I'm one up here. Although a person has a passion for it, most people in today's society are more attracted to something if they feel their time is benefited a little. Fortunately, you are in a position that's never mattered to you, and it may not matter to the others as well, but moving forward on this plan, there may be, in our opinion, some people it does matter. So I do respect and appreciate what you're saying, but again, I plan on sticking to the WIS guidelines.
It's a shame that we don't serve because we want to serve though.
Right, and
Future or no future.
you're looking at 7 of us that do, so.
Damn.
So that does have some validity in it, so I do appreciate that, thank you. So we'll start to my right. Michelle?
Yep, I am the liaison for the Board of Commissioners, and I would like to thank them for being the poster child of zero-based budget. They cut everything that wasn't needed, and that's exactly what we asked for, and thank you so much. I also would like to acknowledge that with regards to the health plan, the negotiating skills of our commissioners and their team. And the county is a big customer, and when you can get the right people to come to the table, good things can happen. So I just wanted to acknowledge your negotiating skills and thank you for doing that. And I approve your budget. I see nothing wrong with it. So thank you.
I would like to add one thing I forgot to mention, that you'll notice under unemployment compensation, we had a reduction there of 25% reduction in that. And that credit goes to Barb Davis, our county administrator, and to Tiffany and Taylor. And they work very hard on these unemployment claims, and we've won most all of those. So anyway, that's the reason for that deduction. I just wanted to give them that credit this
Yep,
morning.
great team you have there. Thank you.
Mr. Dittmers?
I have nothing to add other than, Mr. West, I will tell you, I'm certainly glad to see this was zero base, because it better have been. No, all positive. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bates?
I just say that I would appreciate too, the fact that you understand that at least I personally always have been, I support and have been a fan of zero budgeting. And so I appreciate what you've done there.
Mr. Mallers?
I have nothing to add at this point.
Ms. Grismer?
I'll just ditto whatever everybody else says.
Mr. Meyer?
Great.
Yeah, I just want to thank the commissioners, and it's hard for any of us to know the depth of the things that you do. But it's greatly appreciated, and appreciate your budget and your hard work that your departments have put into it. But thank you very much.
If there is no further discussion, I'm prepared to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented.
I move to accept the budget for the commissioners 1001-122 as submitted.
We could probably go ahead and do all of them since we discussed them.
Okay, all right, and then 1138-122 for CUMCAP, 1157-122 Board of Commissioners Food and Beverage, and then 4702 the self-fund health insurance fund. Is that it for them?
Yep.
Second.
Yeah. A first by Mr. Mallers, a second by Mr. Myers. There's no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Thank you. Next up is Johnson County Redevelopment Commission.
I'd be happy to try to answer any questions there. Obviously, that's a rather new development that we're working with, or a new entity, I should say.
I serve on that board and they're getting closer to doing great things for the county. So I would have no problem with this budget.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, prepared to take a motion to accept as recommended.
Motion to accept as recommended.
Second.
We have a first by Michelle Graves for 4112 JC Redevelopment Commission and a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion, hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Next up, we have the Veterans Office and it's located on page 38 in your budget book. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so my name's Megan. I am the new director for Veterans Affairs.
State your last name, please.
Brown.
Megan Brown.
Megan Brown, yes, ma'am.
Nice to meet you, Megan.
Nice to meet
We
you.
spoke on the phone earlier.
Yes,
Thank
we
you
did.
very
yes,
much.
yes. So nothing has changed in the budget that I originally submitted.
Honey, we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Is that better?
That's
better.
better.
Oh, I
Thank
can
you.
hear. Okay, so nothing has changed since the original budget that I submitted to the commissioners.
So are they all within the WIS guidelines presented?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like there was some zero-based budgeting done. You took items down when you needed to. I did check the WIS guidelines. It looks like they followed those for the salary recommendations.
Any further discussion or questions for Ms. Brown?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first by Mr. Dittmers for 1001-0120, a second by Mrs. Graves. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, this is our new VSO, Scott Denny. If anyone needs anything, it's the two of us. VSO, Scott Denny, he's in the office with me as well.
Hi, Scott. Welcome, welcome.
Morning, ladies. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have weights and measures for the next two fund numbers. And they're begin on page 41 and 42.
No, 39.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my bad. Yes, 39. Thank you.
Hello, Greg Nelson, Johnson County Weights and Measures. Nothing's changed in my budget since,
Come a little closer to the microphone,
I'm
so
sorry.
I'm not hearing you.
You turn-
again, like Megan said, nothing's changed my budget since presented. I did have to update, well, I did the zero thing like the commissioners requested. A few items did need to come up just a little bit. Like, especially my, let's see, operating supplies, and I can show you just one picture if you guys would like to see it, where it's like our main hose that we use. Our budget was like 250. Right now, the section of hose we need is 338. It's went up that much, and it went up from That was the 24, it was, raised since 2024. So we don't even have enough, in that line item to cover one hose that we need. And that gas that we use, I mean, or we go through so much gas, after about 2 years, it just eats the hose and gaskets and stuff up, the inner linings and stuff. So that did go up a little bit. That's the highest of anything that went up.
Well, we certainly want to provide your needs, Greg. That's what we're here for. So thank you for explaining that.
I am the liaison for weights and measures and, again, the salaries match the WIS study guidelines. Another poster child for zero-based budget. And, I have no problems with what's been submitted.
Any further discussion or questions for Greg?
I would motion to approve Fund 1157-0121 weights and measures as presented.
And the second one.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on.
And Fund 4202 weights and measures ordinance fines.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Says,
Thank you. I'd also like to have Seth stand up. He's, when I asked for the additional help, and believe it or not, it's been amazing
Good.
for me to do. We just figured, I mean, we're doing 20,000 gallons of gas tests a year. If that gives you any idea of the amount, like I said, of stuff that goes through. So with him helping me, it's amazing for me.
and that young man's name was
Seth Worthman.
Worthman. Welcome, Seth.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda is museum, and it is on page 45.
Morning, everyone. David Pfeiffer, Johnson
Morning,
County
Dave.
Museum. I just wanted to just do a quick shout out to next year is America's 250th. And we've been working with a great countywide committee. So we're trying to work with everybody from the different communities in the county and some of the larger organizations to plan out some big events. So we've got everything from Ben Franklin's birthday in January to a Boston Tea Party themed spring tea to an exhibit and some storytellers such as like George Rogers Clark and Vincent. So I think we got some really good events planned out for next year. So we're really excited about that. And it's been great working with all these different organizations and communities in the county. So looking at the budget, I did the WIS guidelines for the full-time staff members. We had an equipment repair line item that we hadn't used in a couple of years, so I just eliminated that one. And then I reduced our part-time budget a little bit because we had some extra in there. We did have I wanted to wait a little bit on that because we had a few situations where staff were out a bit more than typical on the part-time, so I didn't want to reduce it too much and have to come back next year, but I did want to reduce it a bit. So, and I kept our utilities where they were just because unfortunately utilities have been running higher this year than previous years.
David, how many part-time employees do you have?
Two.
Two. And are they hourly or are they like a full-time, part-time salary position or?
Hourly.
Hourly. Thank you.
I've reviewed your budget as well, and everything appears to be in the guidelines we requested. So, discussion?
I would just like to say I like this, having a museum in our county. It's kind of close to my heart. It's what I do. And I would be the one that would like to make the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a motion to accept recommendations as presented for Fund 10010125, the museum.
Second.
We have the first was by Mr. Bates, the second was by Mr. Dittmers. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Next up is emergency management on page 46 in your book.
Good morning, Stephanie C. Sting, Emergency Management Director. I did the zero-based and I stuck with the WISC guidelines for salaries.
Could you tell us about, so I serve on the advisory board for
Yes.
EMA. And in our meeting earlier this month, it was talked about the grant that helps supplement the salaries in this fund.
Yeah.
Could you just share?
Emergency Management Performance Grant, it's called the EMPG. It is a salary reimbursement back to the county. And this year is going to be the same as last year, it's $60,500. You have to attend one compliant meeting, and then I have to get all the salary stuff and put it on there so they can see that that's what the county actually paid for those 3 positions.
So that's wonderful. That's grant money that is coming back in.
Yes,
and
it goes right into general
right
fund.
into the general fund. I just wanted to acknowledge good work on that.
Yeah, and we just got ours back in June for 2024, so.
It looks like I checked your numbers against the West salary guidelines. They matched. Again, poster child for zero-based budgeting. Thank you. Your budget looks good to me.
Yeah, and then I have the 1152 one. The local emergency planning right to know. That is a non-reverting fund, so I just left the dollars the same,
Okay.
so.
Does that, and just help me because I'm new, non-reverting. Is that coming?
That's
from
the one that we get.
Grant?
All the chemical companies in the county have to pay the state, and the county gets reimbursed that money. And that's what we do. We fund our county hazmat team, and we do training.
So from what I understand, bookkeeping reasons to look at this, it doesn't matter to take that back to zero because that money is there. Okay,
Right.
yeah, appreciate that information.
Thank you.
So I wanted to let you know that's not zero-based now.
Yeah,
I just left it alone.
but we've been
Yes.
taught why there's a couple others that
Yeah.
way on the non-reverting, so.
I'm learning. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Further discussion on Fund 1001127 and 1152. Hearing none, I'm prepared to take a motion.
I'll move to approve Fund 1001-0127 Emergency Management. Fund 1152 Emergency Planning Right to Know as presented.
So we have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up on page 35 in your book is food and beverage planning and zoning.
Michelle Hanser, Director of Planning and Zoning. I am actually here for all next 4 counts, the 1157, 1207, 4901, and 1197. I did follow the WIS study for our salaries, and I did stick to the zero-based budgeting.
I have a couple of, just one question. On your building inspector 1, is that still vacant?
Yeah, it's been always a placeholder, and I apologize. We had that discussion a couple years ago.
Mhm.
I think it's just, if we ever need to make our part-time a full-time position, we have that line item there.
Mhm.
We just, at this point, have never had the need to.
Well, I know it's always been carried.
Yeah.
It's just to keep the line item open. I just wondered if it was,
Yeah.
anything had changed.
I always get to ask about part-time.
Mm-hmm.
In 0117, you have $27,000.
Mhm.
Excuse me, I think I'm gonna sneeze. No. It looks like you expended much less than half of that. Is there any way that could be reduced?
So, for up until 2022, we actually did have 2 part-timers. We've been reduced down to 1. But I did propose increase for our one-time part-timer from $17 to $27. That is following the WIS salary recommendation for that. The part-time is a Pat 1 position. It is a technical job that the person does have to have experience and technical experience and certifications. So I was, in next year, the part-timer is supposed to become our chief building official with a retirement. And if I need to fulfill that part-time job, I don't know if $17 is gonna get us anybody with that qualifications. So with it bumping up to $27 an hour, I anticipate using that $27,000.
Is that a full-time, part-time position?
It's a part-time position. He currently works for us twice a week unless we have more inspections that are needed. And then he also does fulfill our building officials vacation time. So that's, two times a week plus about 3 or 4 weeks of vacation
Got
that
it.
he covers as well. So
That's paid by the hour,
Yeah.
not like a salary, part-time salary.
yeah, it's hourly.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you entertain, since this is zero-based budgeting, if we leave your part-time where it is, you've got some fluff in there, eliminating that full-time position that you haven't used for several years?
Yeah, it's just right now, it's set at $1.
Oh, I didn't see that.
If you look at the past.
I'm so sorry.
It's $1. They're using
Gee,
it
I don't know.
as a placeholder in case it should be used.
Sorry, Michelle.
Yeah, there's been days where I feel like we're gonna have to have two full-time building inspectors, but then it goes up and down.
Michelle will cover that up.
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
Michelle, is there a possibility that we use an outside service for that?
Building inspection?
Yes.
If we do it, I think it would cost the county more money than
Agree.
it would be what we pay.
I just wanted to.
Yeah. I do know the other small jurisdictions within the county, they all have like Trafalgar, Princess Lakes, New Whiteland. No, yes. They have like part-time building inspectors. At one time before the passing of that gentleman, he was a part-time inspector for all 3 of those jurisdictions. So, and I think they had him as part-time, but I don't know if anybody's ever used an outside vendor for that.
All right. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, real quickly,
Uh-huh.
the chief building official.
Mhm.
Was budgeted at 68,002 last year. And it looks like they came in at less than that, so that's why it looks like there's a pay decrease.
Yeah.
But when you do the spend, I get it, but the budget for 25 was more than that. Did you just hire someone for less than what was budgeted?
No, I tried. This gentleman was supposed to retire this year and he has pushed his retirement back to next year. And I was trying to instead of coming asking you guys to pay him out for any unused PTO time, I budgeted for it because he was anticipating retiring in January. So I budgeted that extra PTO time payout, so I didn't have to ask for any.
25.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And now that he didn't retire, and if he does retire in 2026, I will figure out how to pay his PTO.
Thank you.
Knew the explanation, didn't know what it
Yeah.
was, thanks.
Good planning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
It's
know,
good to
we want to hang around forever. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
But-
Or, you can say the phone numbers if you would, please. I think there's 4 altogether.
For, yeah, move to approve, 1157-0117, planning and zoning, 1207, unsafe building, 4901, inspection fees on the subdivisions, and there's another one.
11.
Nope, I think that's it.
7.
Yeah.
1197,
Okay.
storm management, stormwater management.
Second,
We have a motion by Mr. Dittmers, a second by Mrs. Graves. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Next up, we have courthouse maintenance. And it looks like that's the next 2 funds, Jason? I believe.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and those are looking 43.
Jason Miller, courthouse maintenance. I followed the guidelines for salaries. But I did have to raise a few of the other line items, supplies, utilities, trash hauling.
Can't hardly hear you, babe.
Sorry.
It's all right. So we're talking about your, twos, threes and fours,
Correct,
your 100s.
correct.
100 you stated within the WIS guidelines,
I did.
correct? Okay.
I am the liaison to courthouse maintenance, and Jason and I had a good meeting. He explained some of the needs for increases, and those have to do with a new building being added to his roster to maintain, expenses going up on parts and equipment, and some
Utilities.
older equipment that is requiring more money, and utilities which he can't control.
Yeah,
I
I'll see you
did-
Monday night for utilities.
Saw that on the agenda. Thank you. I will address your overtime because that's what I get to do.
Sure.
Jason's overtime for courthouse maintenance is spread rather evenly through about 5 to 7 employees. And if I remember right, the overtime is mostly due to snow removal, weekend duty, and when the court needs to be open late.
Courts are meetings over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have people come in every weekend on holidays to check the buildings.
And the numbers look to be like maybe $2,000 annually in overtime for any one individual. They don't seem to be excessive is the word I wanted to look for. I did want to ask you about your overtime because I get to ask everyone about that. It looks like you're tracking about half of what you've spent is about half of what you budgeted. So is there any room for reduction there?
I would rather not reduce it just because we don't know what kind of weather we're gonna have.
Right.
Okay, well, I get to ask that question. Looks like you did the zero base, no, well, there was really no reduction to be.
There was nothing. I've been zero base for years.
Yeah, okay. I have no further questions and I understand his budget and I have no problem with it.
I just had a question. So your overtime, if it's something that you don't use, it reverts.
Correct.
Reverts
correct.
back, so
Yeah,
it's not a big deal. if you
yeah, I've
keep
never
it.
transferred out of
Yeah.
it or anything like that.
I don't see any issues.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Have you covered both funds, Jason?
Yes, I think we did.
Okay. So I'm prepared to take a motion for both Jason's funds.
Move to approve 1001, 123 courthouse maintenance and 1138, 123 Cume Cap courthouse maintenance as submitted.
Second.
I have a first by Mr. Mallers and a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Next up is IT GIS on page 72.
Good morning, Jeff West, IT GIS Administrator.
Hang on, we gotta get to page 72.
To get my introduction out of the way.
And I want to say thank you for getting us back up and running today. I appreciate everybody's efforts.
Team effort.
Okay, I'm there.
I just want to present it. I've went through the numbers and lowered the accounts to the best of my ability, knowing contracts are going up a little bit and what's coming in. And everything else, I just followed guidelines.
Again, it looks like poster child for zero base budgeting. You lowered overtime and took part-time to zero. The salaries matched the survey that WIS provided us. I have no questions for your budget. Looks good.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I have a couple.
All right.
Software, what line item would that be under? Professional services or?
Office equipment, unless it's something that we have a license for every year, like say Office 365 would be, falls under dues and subscriptions.
So is Copilot 365 in Office now?
It's a Copilot is a separate, just
per user. I think it's almost like 20, I want to say around $20 extra a month per user. So it's not anything we've accounted for.
Okay.
We're still weighing AI, the goods and the bads, because when you put information out there, it's out there for everybody that you put in. It's not as restricted as it should be at this point.
I see. I hate that.
Yeah, it has some very good, but again, with like the internet, with all the good, there's also the bad that you have to try to account for.
Okay. And then equipment also like new computers and everything.
Yeah.
We okay on that?
Yes, what we usually do, like, a couple years ago when I took over, I got with Brian and we got in the bond and replaced most of the units in the county. And then in the office equipment, I have money there where, okay, one of those goes bad, we can replace it. It's just if it's a huge number, we talk about the bond at that point.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate what you do. And putting up with me.
You're fine.
And I also, if you could, on further discussion, speak of your recommendation for the equipment that's within our budget, so.
I had suggested maybe you guys move to Surfaces instead of the iPads, just because it works with Microsoft a lot better, whether it be your mail or your spreadsheets. And it's just a lot more user friendly, basically carrying around a laptop.
So when we get to our budget, everyone will see based on his recommendation, we have recommended that all 7 council positions receive one of the Surface Pads. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you looking into that for us and getting your recommendation.
Honestly, it makes my job easier to do.
It's a job here as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that when I got here in 2017, I know that businesses and government, we move at the speed of IT. So what you do makes us look good. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, I'm prepared to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve 11380141.
Second.
We have a first by Mr. Mallers.
Myers.
I'm sorry. Further discussion. A first by Mr. Myers. A second by Mr. Mallers. All in favor
Aye.
and opposed? They got me confused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff.
Next up on page 73, we have Fleet.
Hi, hello,
Morning.
Bob Dolinsky, your Johnson County Fleet Director. I want to answer a quick question or give a little information before we get started. I heard on Tuesday a couple questions of does the fleet take care of that? And I want to explain, we take care of all the departments, but there are some departments that we bill back. So when you had
Okay.
questions on
Yes.
doesn't the fleet pay for that or whatever? So I just want to give you a little information on who does pay us.
Good.
Animal control pays, community corrections adult pays, community corrections juvenile pays us, the board of health, the prosecutor's office, the park, and solid waste. Now, what that means is that we do all their work and we supply all the material for that, and we charge them back for the materials only. We don't charge them for the manpowers, right? Man hours. We just charge them for tires, oil, so on and so forth. Now, you did have a question for the coroner because he had a money in there for vehicle maintenance. We pay for all his stuff with the exception of it. He wants to do something extra like upfitting a vehicle, which he did with some slide outs that go in the vehicle. They were like $1,600 a piece or whatever. But, we do all the manpower for $0, but they had to buy that equipment.
Okay.
So if that makes sense to you a little bit, hope that
does.
helps you out a little bit. So yeah, we bill quarterly, like with the fuel and things like that. Those departments that I listed off that do pay us. We also, every quarter, I send them a bill for their fuel that they use on the WEX program, as well as their maintenance, oil changes, tires, whatever. So yeah, just wanted to make sure that was clarified for you so that you didn't have to figure out why somebody was asking for money on why they had it. So hope that helped out.
Bob, that does bring up a question when you mentioned fuel that you bill back for
Yeah, yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
how does, and I have no idea, how does that work, let's say on a county take-home vehicle? Is there any mileage there that's really personal mileage that the taxpayers shouldn't be paying gas for? How does
The-
something like that work?
Yeah, the only individuals that have take-home cars would be from the sheriff's office. How they designate that as part of their salary, whatever, I don't know. There are a couple others that have 24-hour on-call take-home vehicles. So it's been the past that they pay a daily fee. And they pay that to the auditor's office.
Or the
It's-
individual
yeah.
that, I was just.
But
curious
right now,
about
I don't think I have any take-home vehicles, maybe emergency management. That is because she's on call 24 hours a day. There's no personal usage there. She's just on call. So as opposed to parking it at X, she's parking it at Y.
Thank you. I had no idea.
Yeah, no, that's a great question.
Okay,
Great question.
thank
Yeah. Yeah, taxpayers shouldn't be liable for us running around the Krogers and things like that. So,
Okay,
Yeah.
I agree. Thank you.
and other than that, the budget numbers, the departments that work under the commissioners, we send all our budgets to the commissioners for them to approve and to give us feedback on numbers. So that's where our numbers come from. Any department, I send my guesstimations to the commissioners. Commissioner West goes through them. He calls me and says, Bob, can we do this, this, or this? And, that's what we do. And then he gives me the numbers to present. And so that's what we do. I did send each one of yous a letter, an email in regards to why I asked for larger numbers for the employees. And I hope that you all had that or had an opportunity to read that. If not, I have a copy and I'd be more than happy to read it to you. Like it stated in there, I understand the whole project of what we're trying to accomplish. I get it, believe me. But I've been trying for 3 years to get your full-time maintenance, your vehicle maintenance mechanics to a salary that is deserving and is within the realm of what is around this area. And we are grossly underpaid for those positions. And again, I totally understand what we're doing, but we cannot compare individuals with other individuals with different departments. We can't, because it's not correct. Yes, the job performances, the job descriptions were set in, but that does not mean that they were created equal. We save so much time and money and effort when we're talking about vehicles that we take care of. For example, last year, it was voted that the sheriff's department was allowed to get new cameras with internet service. Well, nobody thought about saying, hey, can Fleet take care of that, put that in? It was just decided, hey, here's some more work for you. Well, speaking with Chief Barnhart just about 6 weeks ago, asking him how much that would cost to have Axion come here and install those, that's $1,700 a piece. Your fleet mechanics are putting those pieces of equipment in on top of their other duties, more duties that we already do, usually in about a day and a half of salary. So you figure if we did 10 or 15 of those a year, times $1,700 compared to what you're paying today, it's big savings that your mechanics are doing. And again, added on work that was just thrown at them with no thought.
Could you just bill Andy for that?
That was my thoughts exactly. Maybe you should have worked something out with the sheriff's department.
That's between elected officials and elected officials. I'm an employee. That's not something
You're the
that.
one bringing it to us.
Yes, I am,
Yeah,
because when we're talking about, apples to apples,
you're trying to put the highway mechanics in line with the fleet mechanics. I have 247 pieces of equipment. They have 142. There's a huge difference in that amount.
Well,
The things that we do.
that's one of the things that we come up with, coming up against the council is when we transition or we change something, we never plan for the transition.
Mhm.
And that needs to come from you. But we can't know that this transition is gonna cost, well, here's the money that we need, but it's not enough. You know, does that play into it? And so we need to know at the time that we're making these approvals that we have
And
got some other expenses. involved.
That's why I'm here trying to explain that.
And we need to ask those questions as a council.
Yeah.
But the people presenting these need to present it such. It's
Yeah.
gonna require an installation fee.
Yeah. And along with that line, we do upfitting of law enforcement vehicles to the tune of 8 to 10 a year.
Yeah.
If we sent those out, which we used to do, that was $15,000 a piece.
Yeah.
We're knocking out an upfit vehicle in 3.5 weeks at the salary that we pay. We're saving thousands and thousands of dollars doing these things in-house. Another example would be Brad Payton, one of your mechanics. He is very, very versed in fabricating. We fabricate kennels for the sheriff canine that you would be paying $3,600 to $4,500 a piece. That the canine officers hate and they love what Brad does for usually around $600. I mean, we're saving $3,000 every time we do that. I mean, the knowledge that your mechanics have. If we went by the WIS study, just the midpoint, we're not paying them as comparison to what we want to put in the internal analysis. If we just use the midpoint of this WIS study, the employees would be making a little bit closer to what they're deserving of. That's not including what I've tried to do for the last 3 years. And I'm not trying to say that this study is wrong. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is there's 7 individuals who can make a decision for the last 3 years that I have come here. And even 2 years, I've said, take my raise and give it to my employees. There's 7 people here who can make a determination to finally pay these gentlemen what they are worth and what they're capable of doing, and the money that we save the taxpayer by not having to send these items out of house. That's all I'm asking. And nobody's upset or anything. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to show you the reality of there's 7 people who can make a determination, who can finally pay your mechanics what they're worth. And that's truly what this is about. Other than that, again, everything else is with the great help from Commissioner West on where our budget numbers are, how that money gets spent. Everything else is great.
All done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
A question if I could.
absolutely.
I am the liaison to fleet.
Yes, ma'am.
And, Bob and I, we have, we've talked, we've shared emails and texts. Could you please help educate me and perhaps this group, and Brian Baird, the commissioner, might be able to help, or Ron. Wasn't Fleet is a fairly new department. I think it's been developed since 2017, since I've been here. Wasn't the purpose of developing Fleet to save the county money?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing
Yeah.
something here.
Yeah, and I'll say this, when we have been approached, I go to conferences, not all the time, but when I do, and I do, I try to get as much data as I can possible. Companies like, I'll use Enterprise, for example, they try to sell counties to use them, for example, for their fleet maintenance, their vehicle purchasing, yada, yada. The last time I spoke with them in 23, just to have their service was going to be $500,000, not including your vehicles and your maintenance on top of that. And then at the end of their leases, they'll give you $500. That's just the vehicles. That's not including preventative maintenance or other items that we end up doing. Our guys are versed in being able to do drive shafts, all these things in-house.
That leads to my next question,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
not to interrupt, but you know, we do have a consideration of time.
Yes, ma'am.
You know,
Yep, I get
15
it.
minutes and you're
Mhm.
getting really close.
I get it. I get it.
So I'm going to follow the WIS guidelines.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand everything that you're saying. And I'm glad that you did clarify this department was originated to save the taxpayers' money.
Yes.
So what I hear you saying is, could this be something to look forward for next year? Is it extra training, certification? Is it something that can be quantified by a certificate, a degree, some kind of an education
If
marker?
you're willing to pay the gentlemen's to go and spend thousands of dollars for them to get a piece of paper as opposed to coming over and seeing what our guys are qualified to do, they can absolutely get those pieces of paper.
Thank you for your answer.
Oh, okay, I have a question here. You're obviously a very good boss. You look out for your employees and advocate for them, and even offering up your own money. A lot of people don't have that with their bosses, so I want to recognize that you're very good. And I would agree that I think that your department is overlooked and taken for granted. You do provide a great service. This is where I feel like the study is not perfect. And this is the time to make those changes. And as other council members have told people to come back in the middle of the year and requesting money if they need it, but then when those people come in the middle of the year, they get chastised for not doing it at budget time. So this is the budget time.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have enough county money available that this is the time to make the change. And so I'm asking you, what do you feel is a fair wage for those men working for you?
Well, I what's fair and what I put on for my budget was to pay our foreman 64,000 and to pay our fleet mechanic 59,000. And those numbers, truly, if you look at the study and you look, those numbers are still below the WIS study that we say we're using. And I checked last year and I brought to this council those numbers from Greenwood, Franklin, Trafalgar, in the school boards and all those, and our numbers are still $12,000 below per year what we pay our mechanics.
Well, I would like to ask this question. So here we're seeing something that's, there's a differential. So I'd like to ask the commissioners what your opinion is on this. And secondly, I'd like to ask someone, could the WIS study description not fully encompass all that the guys are doing that you're addressing? Have you looked at the descriptions?
Yes, and again, I'm not saying anything derogatory about the highway mechanics, but we do so much more. One of the highway mechanics that we want to group together with our mechanic at the same rate of pay is a 3.5 year experienced employee compared to Brad, who's over 20 years experience.
Okay, so the description doesn't match the position, is that what you're telling me? Because I'm not.
It's what I, in comparison to what they put in, I have no idea.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying though, is for your position, your description is not correct or not.
I believe my description is correct. However, I think that what this council is trying to do is to trying to group everything that is like-minded into the same category, as opposed to looking at each individual as an individual and what they do and what they're capable of doing.
Tiffany, I'm sorry.
Could I then ask the commissioners for a?
Well, I think what we're witnessing here is a change, a title change, in as much as what Bob is describing these gentlemen, their job performance is not just merely mechanics, but they're fabricators or installers, whatever title you might want to apply to that. So look at it from an objective viewpoint, wherein, let's say there was something that we're outsourcing and fleet could perform that at $100,000 a year savings, would you entertain him hiring a full-time person for $60,000 or $64,000 to perform that, to save the county $100,000? Well, common sense, just using simple math, obviously you would say yes, that would be a prudent venture. And so that's basically what Bob's describing here. His people are saving the county an awful lot of money through the processes that they're using. And in so doing, he's just looking for some sort of compensation that would be commensurate with what they are saving the county. So I think maybe the prudent thing to do here would be to look at this as the additional jobs that these people are doing, give them a new title or whatever. And then if you want to go to Wagner, Irwin, Shealy and have them evaluate that, you could do that to see if there's something comparable out there in local governments. I don't know, but I'm 100% Bob in this regard. And those guys are saving the county a lot of money in what they've been able to do.
So Brian, could you give me your viewpoint? Thank you.
Brian Baird, Johnson County Commissioner. I agree with Ron and Bob are saying. But again, you're in a tough position and you've got a job that you're doing and you're trying to do it as consistently as possible. I think in this particular scenario, I think what needs to be done is WIS needs to be contacted.
Process.
And the job status or the job description needs to be changed, because I think there's something slipping through the process that shouldn't have to be slipped through. So I think probably it's your point, or what I would say you're in a position of having to do is to, again, follow the WIS study as you have for every other department in the county, and then let the process itself change that and make that right. Whenever that is, it can be started immediately. I know we have the ability to talk to WIS as commissioners through our department, which we can do, and I'd be happy to get that process started and then look at it again after that comes through. But I understand the position you're in, and I think Bob does too. I don't think he's here to try to change what you're doing. I think he's here trying to explain why we need to do something different, and let him start that process to make that happen.
When the process is in place, right?
Right.
Correct.
Well, it'll be formal on Monday night.
Formalized on Monday.
Right.
The walking orders will be the same for everyone in this situation. So, yeah,
Mine too?
absolutely.
I did, if I could, I did want to point out, I had 3 notes here that we are going to formalize a process to correct.
Okay.
So while it may not be the answer you want here today, I hope you can respect that we do have a plan.
I fully respect this
Thank
whole
you.
panel, you know that.
Thank you. And also, I did also want to point out, you mentioned that one employee's 3 years, one employee's 22.
Service and years in experience.
Experience. Okay,
Big
well,
difference.
thank you, because I was going to point out to everyone that this council does have an appetite and has clearly demonstrated that in our pay philosophy, that we're going to take a very hard look at longevity for next year. So hang with us. We have a plan. It just won't all get fixed in one day. And then I wanted to make sure with Tiffany, you might, because you were so involved helping with this WIS study. I know Bob mentioned that how he compared his staff with surrounding communities. Do you remember what communities we asked WIS? Did we cover surrounding?
Yes, we were very clear this time of all local units, all counties that are similar in population, but most importantly, the counties that we compete with where we can lose people. So as far as those numbers, without seeing them, I don't know what Bob's referring to. I'm sure you have. I know that they were Greenwood.
It was like 17 different facilities.
Okay.
And just if I could, like, I know we've talked and Bob has sent over information. I've talked with Addie about this. When we compare positions in different in different departments, what some people don't realize is that department may have different equipment that requires a certain certification. So again, not to say that, you know, maybe it wasn't some other issue, but if the job description does not have that certification or requirement as part of the hiring process that it needs for that job, it's not going to reach a higher pay
Yes.
level. So
Okay.
that may be something that they need to work on for job descriptions because you said it was correct.
Well, the numbers on the WIS study are good numbers.
Mhm.
We're not arguing that. We're arguing that instead of using the WIS numbers, we're using an internal analysis.
Extra, okay, so you're saying.
If we use the external midpoint, I wouldn't be standing here saying we need more money, but we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? I waited to go last. There's a couple of things I want to address. I didn't have a lot to say during the conversation. Unbelievable. But these are conversations you and I have had extensively.
Yeah.
We have had them several times, and this is not your first public meeting to have them.
Yep.
So I can comfortably say, I think we are all very well aware of you advocating for your staff, and no one up here is going to disagree with what you brought forward. But I will say, I, as one, will stick with what we have come forth with on the plan that we're following. To make an exception for one department, for me, is just, unless it's an error, an obvious error is not, it's not something I'm willing to do. And as far as the reference being made to coming back in the middle of the year for an additional appropriation, you should always ask for what you need at budget time, and it's our job to provide exactly what you need. Yes, additional appropriations are frowned upon by the state. However, it's a necessary evil at some point if something's been overlooked or done incorrectly. So if in fact my statement indicated that someone should come back to do that on purpose for additional money, I will correct that moving forward. That's not what I intended to say. But if there has been something that is totally unjust and caused your department not to run sufficiently, by all means, you should bring it back to the council,
Mhm.
regardless of when it is.
Yeah.
Because it's our job to give you what you need to run your department. So with that being said, I would suggest, as everyone else has done, that you follow the guidelines that will be finalized on Monday and see if this can be corrected, because that is the goal, is not just this budget season, but Team Johnson County moving forward
Mhm.
and setting a proper foundation for fair and equal pay.
Yeah.
So
Mama always said, if you don't get, if you don't ask. So-
that's right. You're absolutely correct, and I respect that.
And as your liaison, Bob, I am available, and let's talk. And once that process is final or, formalized, let's figure out what to do to move forward and see if we can't come up with a viable solution.
Okay.
But at this time, I would be ready to make a motion.
I'm prepared to take a motion.
I would make a motion to approve Fund 1001-0144 Fleet as presented with the following correction.
Hang on just a second.
Yep.
To revise the presented numbers to conform with.
To revise the presented numbers to conform to the WIS/council guidelines. 1001-12230 60684 1001-12301 56977.
Well, could you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
The line items and the amounts.
Yes, please. 12230.
60684. And then 12301 56977. And those are in accordance with the WIS guidelines,
Or midpoint external.
midpoint internal.
Further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, I got to call for a second. We have a first by Mrs. Graves,
Second.
second by Mr. Mallers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Hey, Bob. Okay. And the great news here is we will have a process in place, which we never had before.
Right.
So
Okay, moving on to public safety communications, page 89.
Heath Brandt, 911 director. If we could, can we look at the 1222 first?
Hang on, Chief, let us get there. Which one you want to look at first?
Page 90.
1222, the statewide 911.
Oh, yeah, well, I have all my notes and my emails. We're gonna be looking at page 90, 1222 statewide 911 first.
Correct. I know, Mike Reuters talked about this fund and that Mike has talked about this fund for a little while now, and our cash balance has gone down significantly with the fact that the state is not increasing the 911 fees, and there's no plan to do that. It's not even something we're looking at right now. So, we do get typically, historically, every year we've gotten an additional 90/10 distribution toward the end of the year, typically October, November. Every year we'll get an additional roughly 200 and an average $235,000. So that has helped. So it's a little over the 1.6 million that we get from the state. So if you look at, I think we still have to make some moves here to get things in the balance for 2026. So currently, the director's salary is advertised in both the 1222 and the 1001. Just to give the recommendation of Amy, to give the council some, decision-making ability to whether we want to move that over, how we want to do that. But it looks like we do need to move that over and eliminate that from the 1222, move that over into the general fund. But we also probably need to look at moving another salary over as well.
Which one are you recommending?
I would recommend moving the deputy director
Deputy
salary
director?
over as well, which would move 184,662 out of the 1222 for 2026.
And that's going to work toward what our financial advisor said about running out of money.
Correct. Yeah,
Right.
that would get us back into balance.
Right.
Yeah, and that's assuming we get the additional distribution from the state, which there's no reason to think we won't.
Mhm.
But
But we can depend on that.
they're correct. It's not a guarantee by any means, but we haven't gotten any word from the state yet as to how much it's going to be in that when fiscal year is over. But we should be hearing something within the next month, I would imagine.
So what are you anticipating that number being
Which number is that?
from the state? The amount?
I said historically, on average, I think last year was 232,000. See if I've got that here. Yeah, I think the year before was about 270,000. So we're 240,000, probably 235, 240 on average. We've been getting. Some years are higher. We go over 300,000. It's just you never know. All depends on what the state has had to pay for throughout the year.
Okay, thank you.
So my recommendation would be to move the 1222 10000 and 1222 11388 into general fund and take those to zero in the 1222.
Keith, I do have a question about the overtime in this fund, because I get to ask everybody. And here's my concern, and I know we had a conversation about it. You have currently $112,000 in overtime for 25, and you're asking for an additional $4,000. And you did submit your numbers on your overtime per employee. and you have several employees set to earn $10,000 to $20,000 in overtime.
Yes.
And when we talked about that, you shared that it takes 8 months to train a dispatcher. And then you also shared that this has been a problem for over 10 years. There's got to be a way that we can address this. That's an incredible amount of overtime for the taxpayers to pay for. And on paper, it looks like we're supplementing salaries here with overtime.
Yeah, 100% we're not supplementing salaries. You know, all the documentation in the world to show you that, you know, overtime is given out, you know, fairly. It's given out to those who, and we don't force anybody to work overtime. Luckily we have, you know, and what you're seeing is we've never had to move to keep our staffing where we need to a mandatory overtime, which is one of very few centers in the state that doesn't have some kind of mandatory overtime or mandatory holdover policy. You know, we have some people that we can really count on to pick up shifts and whenever we need them to. We got some people that do not like to work overtime. Other things that we have to take into consideration is that whenever there are events going on in the county that you know, the other public safety agencies upstaff for, whether it be, you know, the warrant sweeps that you see on the news, stuff like that, we have to upstaff for that as well. We have to have the communications people there. So, and those are happening, those and, you know, traffic details and stuff like that. Those are becoming more and more common. So that means we're having to upstaff to make sure that we have the people in the room. So we have to maintain a certain level of staffing. It's a matter of public safety, officer safety, firefighter, EMT, paramedic safety. And, you know, we have to maintain a certain level of service to the public.
I guess my question would be, is there a better way to manage those schedules to eliminate paying someone time and a half for this department? Is, you know, would hiring one more full-time employee, you know, save the taxpayers money? That's just a huge number in overtime. Sure. And I understand that 911 is needed and the phones have to be answered, but I'm just puzzled why it's been a problem for over 10 years per yourself. Why we're still here with this ginormous amount of overtime.
Yeah. So, and you know, I know we've talked, and I know that, you know, you guys believe that it's, you know, everybody's having a staffing crisis, but I don't think it's the same as the staffing crisis that the entire country in this 911 profession has seen. The turnover rates in 911 are astronomical. And, you know, I look at, you know, you asked me to look at some of the other areas, you know, the counties that we've worked with. You know, the average vacancy rate right now for 911 centers is 25%. Ours is 5% right now. We have 2 positions that we have open. Our turnover rate is 17%, and the national average is 29%. So we're doing what we can, just like you guys have talked about. You guys have a process that you're going through with this whole salary thing. You know, we are working through that as well. With the fact that it takes 8 months to train a new dispatcher, there's a huge, you know, the same reason kind of you know, the sheriff's office requested those 5 positions, because it takes so long, you know, to train those people. They don't want to have that gap in service, and which is completely understandable. And when it takes that long, we inevitably have that gap.
Could you maybe expand? I mean, 8 months seems like a long time to train a dispatcher. Could you maybe expand on why it takes Johnson County 8 months? Does it take everyone 8 months? Just help us understand.
Most are a year.
Okay.
Yeah, this job has become so much more than what it used to be, even in the time that I've been doing this. The level of technology that we're using in the center is probably more in our building than anywhere else. And I welcome everybody to absolutely come out and sit and take a look and put a headset on, and we'll gladly let you experience a little bit of what it is they're doing on a daily basis. But you know, we are right in line with other. I checked with Hendricks County. They spent $202,000 in overtime last year. But I want to point out that, you know, if you look at our overtime, you know, like we talked in our meeting, that, you know, we're changing the way that we're looking at hiring, you know, and what we're looking for when we're hiring, and you know, our training program and things like that, to try to retain the ones that we are hiring. And if you look at our overtime numbers from the last several years, we on this year are on track to have our lowest overtime since 2021. So, and we are, it on average, if we're projected this year to spend 176,000, just a little over 176,000 in overtime, which is about almost $35,000 less than last year, and about $65,000 less than 2023. So we're making those steps. We're making that progress in what we're doing. The other thing that I have I've asked for, and you'll see that in the general fund, is that I actually decreased the overall amount that I'm requesting for part-time, but based off of the recommendations that WIS had, is to take the part-time rate up to match the full-time hourly rate, in hopes that we can get some more hourly, some more hours out of our part-time people, and maybe get some other, because we can't just bring in somebody off the streets and train them as a part-time dispatcher. We've tried it. It does not work. It takes 8 months when you're doing it, you know, 80 hours, you know, a pay period. So we just can't, there's just not enough exposure to the job to be able to get somebody in a part-time. So we rely on people who have done this job before, or are currently doing this job in other locations to work for us part-time. So in hopes that we can decrease those number of hours, we're hopeful that the rate increase based off of the WIS recommendations will help us to get some more hours out of our part-time people to fill some of those gaps.
So that would, if you are able to utilize part-time help more to fill those gaps in the scheduling, that saves money, takes some pressure off the overtime line item, saves taxpayers.
Yep.
Great. So you all.
And we may be able to attract some more part-time people as well with
Right.
that number, because, you know, right now we're currently at $23 an hour. Given that Shelby County pays 30.
So we'll be more competitive when we get to that part of our budget where we're addressing part-time rates. All right, well, thank you for sharing. I know it was a lot, and I just wanted everyone to have the opportunity to hear what you and I discussed. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I will say that was a hard bouncing ball to follow when we started, and I appreciate your time that you spent with, of course, council members that you spent time with, trying to give us all a clear understanding of how your department works. And I'll tell you, like I did the prosecutor and the sheriff, I have no desire to come to your department and try to train or to learn what you're doing. I know the difficulty of it, so, and appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
I do liaison. We've had some dialogue in the past, but I've already talked to some other council members here as well, as far as the overtime that we've been talking about here. And I'm with Councilor Michelle here, the fact that I think, and I would advocate for, you're saying it's a hard time, it's hard to get someone part-time. On the other hand, are we trying to get someone part-time already? And by doing so, I think we could cut down on those overtime issues. And that's what I'll advocate. And I just want you to know that's what I'm advocating. So I think that that's what the route to go for the future. Immediately, for that matter, that we look for another part-time person. And I know by doing so, there's obviously other expenditures, but I think by doing so, we can actually cut down, you know, this overtime expense.
Yeah, that is definitely the goal. Most of our part-time staff is made up from people that used to work for us part-time and have gone on to full-time firefighter positions or things similar to that. And then they turn around, they come back, and because they enjoy the work, which is beyond me, but they come back and they want to work part-time for us. So
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, further discussion? Questions?
I have, please. It seems like this fund always has a problem from year to year, ever since I've been here. Can you, is the state just trying to force this thing in a different direction? What's your sense on this? Is it are they requiring us to go to a public safety lid at some point in time? Or what is the deal?
I can tell you that the answers that I get every time that, we bring this up to the state board, because the statewide 911 board by statute, can only request a 10% increase on the 911 fees, which would take it from $1 to $1.10. So a 10-cent increase isn't going to generate that much. And in the fact that they've taken that stance, they're not going to do that for so many years. And the entire time that I've been in this position for 8 years, there's been no increase. Meanwhile, other states have continued to do regular increases. We are now we're significantly behind other states. I think Illinois is looking at almost pushing $3 now. So the numbers that they're generating is significantly higher. And now for us to catch up at only being able to do 10% at a time, it's never going to happen. So there's going to have to be some kind of legislation that happens that is presented by somebody other than the statewide 911 board to request a larger increase. I would tell you this, that on the state level at earlier this year, and it's something I talked to Commissioner Baird about, there was legislation to essentially dissolve the statewide 911 board, which is completely the fiscal body for 911 in the state, and puts that under the authority of Department of Homeland Security and the public safety secretary for the governor. And what that would do, it would then essentially put all of that money, all of those 911 money coming into the state under the authority of DHS, which would mean chances are of it making it down to the county level significantly less. So we would have to worry about that. There's a group of us that worked to get that legislation pulled earlier in this year, and we were successful at doing that, but they've made it very clear they will be back in 2026 to try again. So moving forward, there is a chance that the state will take control of that money.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we are one of very few, and I think you guys probably know this, one of very few 911 centers that do not receive lit money in the state. So it is something that I've mentioned for the last few years that.
And we've kind of been proud of that fact in the past, but we are slowly moving toward, to move toward, I believe, that sometime in the near future, that may have to be thought about in detail. Yes, sir, Mr. West.
I'll give you a little history on this, and Keith can correct me if I'm wrong in some areas, but if you'll recall, the state mandated that we consolidate our PSAPs. At the time, I think there were 5, and we offered to consolidate all of them. Greenwood originally was going to hold out, but then they came in. And at that time, the funding that we were getting was predicated primarily on landlines and some mobile. And then over time, the landlines began to go away, and that was the bigger generator of funds at the time. So the state adopted a new policy there and a new rate. And we used to get the money directly from the telecommunication providers. So it wasn't a situation where the state got the money, massaged it, did whatever they did in their calculations, and then passed it on. So then they come up with a standard number, but the problem inherently all along has been with the state. And to not have any increase in this fund over the 8 years that Heath referenced here, that he's been here, that's the real problem, and the state's going to have to address that at some point, obviously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So what I'm seeing on this 1222 statewide 911 is that the position of the director and the deputy director, the need is now to move those into the general fund.
Yes.
Out of here. You have stayed within the WIS guidelines as requested.
Yes.
And overtime has been discussed. Do you have anything else you want us to?
No.
So if there is no further discussion, I'm prepared to accept a motion.
I would, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, you do it.
I'll try.
I was just gonna remind you that the director's position is already
Correct.
advertised, so all we really need to do is take it to zero in this fund.
So,
Have they both been advertised in the general fund or just?
no, on just
Just the one, just the director.
Okay, so
1222, you're zero them both out, and then in the 1001, you're gonna add the deputy director.
okay. You got that?
yeah, so I will move to revise the presented numbers to conform with the WIS/council guidelines. For 1001, 911, the public safety. We will add a line item.
Oh, are we doing the
No,
whole
no, you
thing?
want to do 122. You sort of do the reduction now.
Oh, don't we do both? Don't we have to add
Do
the,
them both. at
we have
the
to
same
add the
time?
one to this one, right?
Okay, you got it. My bad.
No, it's okay.
Mine too.
So we're adding a line item. I'm guessing it's gonna be 1001, 11388. Okay, and for 85,402. And that will be for the deputy director position. I'll be adding it to the general fund 1001, 911. And then for 1222 statewide 911, we will be zeroing out 1222 1000 or 10,000 director, and then 1222 11,388 deputy director, making those both zero because we're moving them to county general.
You just got a gold star. for
Yay.
that. So we have a first by Mr. Mallers,
Second.
second by Mr. Myers. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Everybody in favor for, oh,
You wanna do, did we do his 1001? Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, I believe so.
Do you have any questions on it?
Yeah, we added the line.
Did add a, well, okay, yeah, you're right, never
Did you
mind.
have other discussion for that?
Just to ask what the new line item of $8,000 was for hardware and software, but I think you're saying you're replacing something, so.
Yeah, it's some fire station alerting computers that have been in place for probably 13, 14 years that are in need of replacement.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys.
No, sorry, I should have realized that. Is everyone in favor of taking a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Or restroom break? No?
No,
Okay, okay, all right, so we'll resume here at 10:15. We'll take a short break for everyone to have a,
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you. Good job.
then we'll move on to highway.
No.
no.
No. No.
reconvene if everyone will take their seats and come to the front.
Melinda's on her way.
Okay. So,
To the podium.
good morning, Mr. Masson.
Good morning.
And it looks like we are on the Highways General Fund, page 74. Luke, how far down are you going? You going all the way down to 1135 Cumulative Bridge?
Yes, I've
Is that you?
6 funds.
Okay,
74. Okay.
all right. Everyone's here. We'll get started.
Thank you. Luke Maston, Highway Supervisor.
Yep.
First fund of mine
Can you
is,
talk? Come a little closer, Luke. I'm sorry, we can't hear.
That mic, yeah.
Yeah, having a little trouble here.
how's this? No?
Nope.
Better? Maybe better? Okay, I'll do my best.
That-
Yeah, project a little more.
Okay. So first fund is the highway portion of the general fund. A couple of things here. First, the portion of the old bridge fund and bridge expenses that were in the general fund last year now moved to the new bridge fund. So those were zeroed out. That only leaves then the Smith Valley Road appropriation. I've emailed Mike Reuter a little bit after his presentation on Tuesday. The amount that is budgeted or proposed for the 26 budget is the cash that was saved in over the last 3 years. So 23 through 25. $4 million a year. Last year during the budget cycle, Mike recommended going ahead and appropriating that amount so that it would be easy to see in the budget, even though we weren't going to spend it in 25. So I followed the same approach that we did previously. We may adjust this. I'm going to talk to Mike some more about it. The ultimate goal is for you to be aware and for us to help make you aware that 12 million that is sitting there is spoken for. But if we budget it every year, it makes it look like you're out of balance. So where he mentioned the 24 million. In the numbers he provides you, that assumes that all of the budgeted amounts in each fund are going to be spent down to zero, which is why it looked way out of balance. So I'm not sure what the best approach is going to be for that, but I may come back at second reading with a little bit different plan and probably not the entire amount appropriated.
So may I?
Absolutely.
I'm kind of confused about this because I thought there was going to be a bond issue that was paid by the cash.
The payment or the debt service beginning in 26 on the bond will be paid from the future from 26 and on appropriations in the general fund and the edit fund. So the initial funding plan for the first bond is to spend the cash that we have on hand plus the bond, which is about $40 million. And that puts us at about $65 million. But in order to pay the bond back, whatever we would have set aside in cash in the general fund and in edit in 2026, instead gets set aside to make the debt payments on the bond. So we're not really accumulating that cash from 26 on.
But this is per Mike's instructions.
This is per we had several meetings with council and commissioners, and it seemed like the best approach forward.
Okay. Is that understood by everyone? Okay.
Now, there's one caveat to that, because there always is. Because we chose to go with a smaller bond for this first time around, the debt service on that bond is probably it's definitely going to be less than what we would be setting aside annually
moving forward in the general fund and in the edit fund. So there's been some discussion about, I think at year 8, we can potentially pay the bond off. So we may save that money and do that. We may potentially use it. There's been talk of an additional bond, maybe in a couple or a few years to move further down the project list. So what happens to that cash is still to be determined. But there will be some cash left over after we start making those annual payments.
So you have this earmarked all for Smith Valley Road. So does that take your ability to use cash for other projects?
So one thing that I learned, I guess, on the bond, we're being advised to spend the bond money first, which makes sense. And the bond itself has some deadlines where we have to spend certain percentages by certain timeframes. What that means is this 12 million in general fund and the 14.5 that's in edit. Normally, we would have started, not normally, but without the bond, we would have started tapping into those probably towards the end of this year and definitely next year towards the Smith Valley Road project. Now we're not going to tap into those cash balances until we spend the bond money down. So it may be a few years that we carry this until we have the bond spent down and start spending out of here.
So should this be different terminology then, rather than Smith Valley Road be something?
So it could be. What I think here's where I think we'll end up for second hearing is we'll probably zero out the Smith Valley Road line item. And we'll create a new line item that is an estimate of what the debt service is going to be in 2026 for the bond. Problem is we don't know yet exactly what that's going to be, but we should be able to get an estimate from our bond people. So
Well, we just approved an appropriation and it had a list of items on it. Remember that?
The lease to own.
Maybe that's it.
Are we talking about the $40 million
Yeah.
bond that's coming up?
correct. Yeah. In terms of yes, that listed all of the projects that we were going to start on with the bond. My plan is, I think the bond sells or whatever they call it in October. So either in October or November to come back in and create those line items once that bond fund exists, that will have all of those projects that you saw previously in that resolution or ordinance.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption.
No. Now, your question of does putting this on Smith Valley Road hurt us? It actually doesn't. We're going to zero this out, but as it turns out, the timing on the other projects, paying the last parts of Smith Valley Road is going to be the last things that we do. So that cash, in theory, if we left it identified for Smith Valley Road, that's pretty much what it's going to fund. The bond lets us get the other projects started faster. And then once it's expended, the only expenditures we should have left will be to finish out Smith Valley.
So Luke, to John's point, does this lock us in since it's specific to a project, or should it be more general so you have some latitude to use it for something else should that come up?
Latitude, I think, will be created when we don't annually appropriate this as Smith Valley Road. So then it just becomes cash that's available in the general fund or in the edit fund that we can then do an additional appropriation later towards any line item or any project that we may need to at that time. So ultimately, I don't think you see 12 million here. Again, that was a holdover because that's how we submitted it last year. My expectation is that second reading, that will be a zero, but then there will be a new line item, bond payment. We have one, I forget what it's called. And that will be an appropriation. That's an estimate of what we think our bond payment is going to be next year.
Question or maybe a statement about the new bond, the $40 million bond. When you're in those discussions and you have access to the people who are setting up the foundation of that bond, I want to try to avoid the misstep that we made when we did the jail expansion of $27 million. The way that bond went to market, we were not able to call those back. And what happened, COVID hit, interest rates started coming down, and we weren't able to call those back, paid off, and save a lot of money in interest payments. Do you know, is this $40 million bond offering going to be set up in a way that we can call those back now that the environment again looks like interest rates are going to start going down?
My understanding is that we can do an early payoff.
Okay.
Which would be at 8 years. I believe the bond period is 20.
So we're locked
proposed.
in for 8 years, but after 8 years, then they are callable.
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
To expand on partial, or is it all or none, or can you do partial prepays? Or do you know?
That is a question for Jeff Peters.
Okay.
Could you find out for us?
Can.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, are we solely discussing the 1001, 0201? Or we haven't bled over into,
We kind of have bled over.
okay, so you
Yeah.
can kind of touch on the lit economic development, the MVH restricted and the local road and street?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, for sure, the general fund and the edit, because they're both the same scenario that I just discussed. The budget was submitted with the cash that we've saved over the 3 years. What will probably happen is that will get zeroed out at second reading. And if there is, or whatever the portion of the debt service that needs to come out of here as well, is probably what we'll put back in at second hearing.
okay,
So those two funds are pretty much the same.
okay. So do you want to talk about 1173 or?
I will talk as long as you'll.
I know. So
Is the timer running?
yeah. So
1173 is easy too.
1173 and 1169, I think while we're here.
yeah.
Do you want to do those?
Those are both straightforward. 1173 is MVH restricted, which is actually part of the overall MVH fund in 1176, but we pretend it's not. So, because that's what the state says to do. So 1173 basically is money that has to be spent out on the road towards projects. So there's just one line item here. You will see through the rest of the funds, there are probably some minor adjustments like in this one. Anticipated revenue for 26 is a little bit higher than it was for 25. So I just increased the appropriation by that amount. 1169 is our local road and street fund. Again, it is primarily for money that gets put on the road for projects. And no major changes here, again, other than just a slight increase in the asphalt concrete aggregates line item based on an expectation of additional revenue. And that's as far as I would recommend going for now.
Yes. So based on your discussion now, we have discussed Fund 1001, 0201, 1112, 1173, and 1169, correct?
Yes.
Is there any further discussion in regards to these four funds?
No, not me. I'm good.
So Amy, at this point, should we take a motion on that? So I am prepared to receive a motion on those four items.
Motion to
that,
approve,
To accept the recommendations as presented.
motion to approve. As presented,
Okay,
1001 -0201, 112, 1173, 1169 as presented in the first reading.
Second.
we have a first by Mr. Myers and a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion?
One item quickly, and it won't change your position, but
Mhm.
forgot to mention there is still cash
that came from the bridge fund that is in the general fund. That was about, I think at the end of last year, there was about 1.4 million remaining. So you will still see some bridge line items in the general fund until we get that spent
That money
down.
spent.
Yes.
Okay. Hearing no other further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Now we will move on to 1176 County Highway Fund.
So this is our, I'd say most complicated fund. This is basically our operating fund. So the bulk of our salaries are paid out of here. A lot of our operating expenses, keeping the lights on, all of that stuff is here. In terms of salaries, they were submitted based on the council guidelines from the WIS study. I did want to point out one thing that I noticed, particularly with our operations staff. We dominate the number of positions in the LTC 3, 4, and 5 categories. 23 of 31 in LTC 3, 7 of 8 in LTC 4, and 4 of 5 in LTC 5. So a comparison to the midpoint in those, we pretty much are the midpoint. We're not really comparing to any other internal departments there. There are some decent sized differences if we were to try to compare to the external midpoint for those. So I think that was just something that wasn't anticipated. I didn't anticipate it until I started looking at the study, but there really is not much in the way of adjustments under the plan that was presented for 26's budget.
So how was that arrived at, that you are the midpoint?
Based on the number of positions in those categories.
And the description of the position? Work
Yeah.
description of the positions?
Those positions, I don't think changed the classifications from where they were in the previous WIS study, or previously for that matter. But for example, like the LTC 4 grouping, there's 8 total positions in there, but 7 of them are us. So we're not really getting a good comparison against anything else that might be similar, just because of the way that those wound up being classified.
Yeah, I don't get it because there are other highway departments. There's 92 of them.
Well, and I'm speaking of the internal midpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And it's talking about the study when the guidelines suggest to an internal midpoint. If all of his positions are the only ones in that category, the internal midpoint is only based on his. So for this particular category, the LTC category, it's a little different. And that's something I hadn't anticipated as well. So what he's saying is you're really just comparing everybody in the same department. It's not compared to other LTC positions throughout the county because there aren't any except for maybe fleet.
So I would interject here that in accordance with our pay philosophy, we are working on consistent base pay within similar job classifications. So for the purpose of what we're doing for this budget hearing, those are the numbers we want to look at, because those are the job classifications that we're using internally. And we want to make sure those are all consistent with each other.
And it just so happens you have 90
Yeah.
percent of them. Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It does, and I just wanted to point that out. There are a couple of caveats within those groupings that were reflected in what I submitted, and we've discussed them before. We have an apprentice operator position, and we have apprentice foreman position, and we have a third position, our sign technician position, that they're in the same categories as some of these other ones, but they're a little bit different. So, the goal of the apprentice foreman position, for example, is that person is still primarily a truck driver, would have opportunities basically to learn how to be a foreman so that when we have a position that opens up, they're available. So that salary should be somewhere in between the truck driver position in the full-time foreman position.
And I can address that too. And again, it comes back to, this is a big problem that council is undertaking and trying to fix to, firm up our foundation that the compensation has been based on, because it's just been all over the place for years. So we're really working to strengthen that foundation before we implode on ourselves. And next year, what we weren't able to address the salary ranges this year, but next year you will see that come into play. So the line item, if this carries through to fruition, the line item will be funded at the full amount, but you'll have the salary range with a low to high, which gives the elected official or the department head more input and ability to control what they want to do and still remain with a strong foundation of consistent pay within similar job classifications. So I guess I would ask if it would be possible to be patient until that second part of this huge endeavor can come into place for next year.
No, absolutely. The reason I'm pointing those out is the way that they were classified, like the apprentice foreman position is in the same LTC 5 as the full-time foreman position. So, but I didn't submit it at the full-time foreman position pay because it has a little bit different job description. So I submitted what I have previously, which is sticking those unique positions at a little bit different salary because they have a little bit different job description. I think how I described it when I talked to WIS was that would be like a 4.5, but we don't have a 4.5. So I just handled that internally.
And we knew starting this groundbreaking step that there would be situations like this. So as long as I think this council is working with the directors and the elected officials to try to, as Michelle said, repair it or build on it moving forward. At this point, that's about, I think as long as we plan on doing that and stick with that, I think it'll work out fine.
Yeah,
May I please?
Absolutely.
So this is one of those things I want to interject some of my experience in right now, is that the industry is suffering awfully bad. How do I say it? Extremely bad for manpower. We are having troubles in construction industry, and I don't know what other industries, but construction industries are really affected. And so my concern here is that this county is going to be fighting an increase in construction in this county due to population changes and all the things that we're going to be taking on. And they're going to be going up again, our manpower is going to be going up against union labor, which is always a problem. And we can't match that. But I just, I worry about this process, setting a salary for somebody like a truck driver. And I'm just using as an example, and I totally agree with what council is doing right now. But what we have to understand is we're going to have truck drivers that we're not going to consider for 26 until 27
Yes.
at a peak time of construction. So I'm sorry, just.
Oh, don't be sorry. Thank you
That's a
for your
good point.
information.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'll add to that, Councilman. We recently did a bit of a hiring blitz. We had several truck driver positions that opened up. We advertised it, but what's worked really well in the past is just putting a yard card out in front of our office building. And we didn't get nearly as many applications as I anticipated this time around. And I'm not sure what that says. But it was a little concerning. It took some time to get those filled that I wasn't really planning on. To Michelle, your point of just setting a line item balance and allowing the department heads to do that. I already do that for the truck drivers. It's not much, but there's like a 0 to 2 year paid tier, 2 to 5 year and 5 year plus. They're pretty close. There's a little bit of a difference, but that is something that we already do. So I'm perfectly fine with that.
And I anticipate that even more changes are gonna be happening. I watched a documentary. And it said that the truck drivers, there's gonna be automated self-driving trucks in the future. And so this is gonna be ever evolving. It's that we're gonna see, but I also had another question.
Mhm.
I noticed for your engineer position, for 2023, 2024, and then what is recommended now. Have you had a hard time filling that position?
He's right there.
County highway engineer.
The engineer designer position in 1135 is probably what you're talking about. And the answer is yes. I was going to cover that. We haven't gotten to 1135 yet, so the answer to that is yes. And I've got, no, perfectly fine.
We're still on 1176.
No, 1135 now. Is that what you're talking about, Melinda? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
County highway 1176, page 75.
75.
Position.
Are you talking about 11360?
11360.
The engineer position at 9210.
Oh, I
Thank
see
you.
what you're saying.
I
Yeah.
was getting confused.
So we had set the engineer position and the supervisor position are both partly funded from MVH and from Bridge. When we were without an engineer, we set between the two of those when we were looking to hire cumulative like $140,000. We didn't know where we were going to be. Ultimately, that's not where we were. So the adjustment that you saw to bring that back down was to match exactly what that position is making versus kind of the leeway that we gave ourselves when we were looking to fill it. Yeah.
Could I ask just back to revert to talk about the truck drivers and the need and the advertising? What qualifications do truck drivers need to be able to fill that position?
Class B CDL with air brakes.
So CDL.
We used to have, yeah, all those truck driver positions are CDL positions. Now, in the summertime, we're doing a lot of work, a lot of labor. We're hauling materials as well. In the wintertime, we count on all those positions to be able to plow snow in a big truck, in a CDL truck.
Thank you.
So Luke, for the sake of time, let's go back to your 1176 or where we are.
So-
Based on what you said, you stayed within the WIS guidelines.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The 200 and 300 series, you'll see a lot of changes in there. That is partly, well, really mostly due to the zero budget balance approach, combined with some places where I'm anticipating expenses as well. So there may be a line item that looked like we haven't spent much yet this year, but we will have expenditures towards the end of the year. So ultimately, we were able to bring those 200 and 300 series down quite a
We
bit.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sure Mrs. Graves got something with our overtime and
Always.
part-time here.
That's.
We did ask her to look at each department.
Yep.
On your part-time, it looks like you've spent less than half of what you appropriated and you've added 4,000. Is that because you expect more towards the end of the year, like you just said?
We were fortunate this year that one of our retired employees was looking for part-time work and actually came back this summer to help us mow. So they're still working. They will be, I think, into October. So there will be more expenses coming out of that. I always like to leave myself some room in case any of the rest of them decide to do that too. But I will continue to try to bring any of those guys back because I can trust them in our equipment.
And then on your overtime, it looks like you're running about half of what you budgeted. But I don't know, did we get your overtime report by employee as we had requested?
No, the reason is our overtime is really emergency or after hours overtime in terms of things that need to be done on the road, responding to that. We're not necessarily working overtime in any of the office positions. That overtime is entirely based on needing to be able to respond to something that happens.
Disaster,
after hours.
storms.
Well, I guess part of what we're looking for here is, are there specific individuals that are standing out with substantial amounts of overtime? So I personally would like to see that.
Sure.
Just to look for that, because I've done that same exercise with every other department in office. If you could maybe before second reading, shoot me an email on that.
We can do that. I can tell you, you will see a couple of people that are significantly more. We have 2 people primarily that volunteer to be our on-call person. So they are the initial ones to earn overtime pay. So
Do you know off the top of your head about how much that is annually per person?
no, I would have to look. It'll be significant. If we're not plowing snow, then those on-call positions and their call outs during the rest of the year are typically the bulk of our overtime expenditures.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your
And
help
if you
on
have
that.
if you have a history of it, convenient, not just this year, but maybe years prior, so we can see the significance on how it's moved forward.
Sure.
That'd be great. Any further discussion on 1176 County Highway?
I just want a brief comment. So for your overtime, do you try to also use your part-time folks to do that in addition to or in place of your full-time?
No, part-time typically just supplements some of our operations. The example that I gave of the gentleman we have working for us this summer, that lets me pull someone out of a mowing tractor to go work on another crew. So he's not necessarily keeping us from having to accrue overtime. Again, our overtime, we don't accrue overtime in the office. It's very, very rarely would that happen. It's 100% based off of something happened that we need to go respond to outside of business hours or on an extended day.
Thank you, Luke.
One last question. 37,500 service agreements.
Yes.
I noticed that it's gone in 2025 from 68.5. Doesn't appear that you used any of it, but now it's at 125.
Correct.
Can
So
you talk about that a little bit?
yes, I created that line item. I don't know, one of the meetings this summer. A lot of the software solutions that we're using now are subscription based. That's just the way that the industry is running. So that would pay our annual fees for our asset management and work scheduling software. In addition to that, we've added some engineering softwares to help with traffic counting, with vehicle speeds. Normally, I would kind of pull money from different places to get those paid. We're getting so many of them now, it made sense to just go ahead and create a line item for it. So that's what that's for. That's what that's.
So in turn, you were able to lower some of the other line items.
That helped. That was helped be balanced by the reductions that we were able to make in 200.
Assuming you're going to have some of these fees come out at the end of the year because you've not touched that balance.
Yes, one of our biggest one actually renews in December, so right at the end of the year.
Okay, all right.
I have one more question, please. So we're in 1176, right?
Yes.
So 1176, 31201, traffic control devices and roadside safety. They're pretty significant, and I see where you've got like an unused balance in them. But my concern is safety and PP&E and those things. Where are they? Are they in this area, and are they wearing vests and
so
hard hats and
PPE that we're required to provide is paid for out of the safety line item in MVH.
Okay.
I'm having technical issues here. I apologize. It's in it's in the 200 series.
Okay, that's just all I wanted to know.
Like,
Because I see the one being reduced.
the roadside safety would be guardrail or something along those lines, actual materials that are put on the road. But PPE, we have a separate line item for that.
So repair of guardrails, where would that be?
If it's repair that we do ourselves, we would purchase the materials out of the roadside safety supplies, whatever we needed, and then do that work. If it's something that we have to contract out, there is I believe, another roadside safety line item in a 300 series, or the capital improvement line item in 1169 is kind of a catch-all, or we can't make line items for every single thing that we do.
No.
So I kind of tried to create one that for the odd situation like that is probably where we pay for that fund.
I just had a concern for safety and it sounds like you're covered.
Yes.
Thank you.
So any further discussion for 1176? Do you want to go ahead with 1135? And then we'll take those two together. The cumulative bridge fund.
Well, one quick thing on 1135. There are some positions that are in that LTC group, not as many. For now, there's what we have done is, or what I've done is budgeted a pretty good sized balance in our general bridge construction and reconstruction line item.
What is that, Luke?
That is 49503. It's the last one in 1135. That will get divvied out into specific project line items. We're kind of working to prioritize what those are going to be. In addition to that, our bridge inspections were done this summer. So we're waiting to see if any of those priorities change. So sometime at the first of the year, I will come back and create some specific bridge project line items, and then we'll just move that money into those.
Any discussion on 1135 cumulative bridge fund?
Yes, I have one other question.
All right.
It's on that specific item, 49503. So what is the possibility that some of these things will carry over into 27?
Every major project we do is a multi-year project. So the nice thing about recreating the bridge fund, if there is one, is that savings stays in the bridge fund. So I don't anticipate it spending the entire $3 million in 2026, but I can't either, because I'm going to have to save that money to fund future phases of those projects that will start towards the end of this year or next year.
So can we as a council get a cost accounting or a cash flow analysis of some sort as to how this money's being spent?
Yes, one that's very manual at the moment.
Okay.
One of the things, especially with the bond coming, we've been trying to find maybe some sort of software solution that you could access very easily at any time in order to be able to see those statuses, funding statuses and programs, but then also would let us keep that information up to date.
Yes, I understand. There's a lot of moving targets.
There are, yes.
Thank you.
I get to ask about overtime in this fund.
Yep.
And this, I'm assuming, wouldn't be weather related.
It is, yes.
Not pushing snow, what would that be?
If there was, the vast majority of the overtime in this fund is weather related. There's 4 operations positions in this fund. If they worked over or got called out on a storm, let's say, since their line item is in 11 or would be in 1135, whatever their overtime hours would be paid out of the 1135 overtime line item. But since there's only 4 people there, we don't usually expend a lot of money out of there until we're plowing snow, until we get into winter.
So would that be the same overtime report then that you're gonna provide for the other fund, or is this another overtime report we need to see too?
It would, right now, it would be out of general fund, because that's where those positions are, but we could provide that too.
And then you just bill it back.
No, it is actually paid out of here and stays paid out of here. So we don't necessarily reimburse MVH or anything like that. Just any of those 4 positions, when they work over, instead of getting paid out of our MVH overtime line item, they get paid out of this one.
So I would need to see that report as well, please. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on 1176 and 1135.
I just have one quick one here on the bridge community, the construction fund again. For those, that's for bridges that is in unincorporated areas of Johnson County.
Yes, both for ours in the unincorporated areas, and based on the recent statute change, any structure that is 20 feet or longer and span within the city and town limits as well.
Because I know other municipalities also, I believe they also, and I know the recent one I'm thinking of is Greenwood. They're responsible now for their own bridge maintenance.
Only for anything that is less than 20 feet. Prior to when the bridge fund was eliminated, we maintained culverts, basically anything from 3 feet and above, including bridges within the city and town limits. The language in the statute change that was made this session defines what is and what is not the county's responsibility, and it's that 20-foot span is the guideline for that.
Thanks.
Short sidebar. I may have
Fine.
another question.
Okay.
These don't need to be 75. Okay. I'm saying based on pacing. Just question a couple of numbers up here. We'll look at, and if we need correcting, we'll do it at second reading. Okay.
So quickly, I mentioned the designer position. That's what I thought your question was originally. We have 2 positions in the engineering department that are designer positions. They have proven very difficult to fill. We essentially have to pull experience from the private engineering sector with drafting experience, and we don't necessarily pay what they do. So we're continuing to try to fill those. I know that the long-term approach is to avoid making modifications to positions outside of certain times of the year. We may come to you if we're not having luck and propose doing something different with these, changing their job descriptions or something like that. So they are very critical. They pay for themselves. Essentially, that is work that we don't have to contract out to very expensive consulting and engineering companies, but we're so far batting 0 for getting them filled.
Do you know what account number that is in our budget book, sir? I'm sorry.
That is 11599 and 11614.
599.
Oh, excuse me. 11614 and 11114.
614. Oh, so that's under Cume Bridge.
Yeah.
11614.
Yes.
That's page 78. And what was the other one, sir?
The first one, 11114.
Okay, yeah. That's on page 78 for
Right.
anyone who's looking. So those are open positions that just aren't filled right now.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion?
So they're not filled, so you're having to hire out or contract it out to independents?
That's what we're going to have to do in a few certain situations. I hate to have to do that. These bigger projects, we definitely contract out. These would be for smaller work that we do in-house that requires some design, some permitting, some right-of-way acquisition, but smaller scale projects. Those get really expensive when we contract those consulting services out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we have some projects that are going to have to move forward that we will have to do that on. The faster that we can get these filled and get away from that, the more money we'll save. So.
Right.
Is this gonna be part of the right of way acquisition for Smith Valley or?
No, this is for internal in-house projects like a culvert replacement with by our bridge crew, for example. But that needs more engineering look, permitting, that kind of thing. That's what these positions was doing.
Okay. Additional discussion or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to move to accept the recommendations as presented and take them under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption. And that would be for County Highway 1176 and 1135 cumulative bridge.
You have a first by Mr. Mowers,
Second.
second by Mr. Dittmers. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Say aye. Opposed? Passes. We're gonna take a second and invite Mr. Baird to the podium.
Okay.
To back up to 911, and he has volunteered to give us a little update on legislation information. But Mr. Maston, before you have a seat, this is kind of on a personal note for the commissioners and Mr. Maston. I have a nephew who is autistic, and his special skill at this point and infatuation is with county road signs, specifically Johnson County road signs. So this department invited him over, and he spent an hour or so on a private tour with Mr. Maston, and absolutely will remember it for a lifetime. So assuming that Luke can find a position that doesn't require him to work weekends, he said, he would be happy to bring his skills to the county.
I have no doubt he would do a very good job making signs. So in about 10 years, you let us know.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Brian Baird, Johnson County Commissioner. As Heath was talking, I was just thinking about the legislative process and what we're in this year. And just so the council's aware, Johnson County last year introduced 5 bills through legislation that were written by our council and us, and we won 3 of those. 2 of those didn't even make it to the floor, but we'll worry about that later. So again, this year, we're going to be focusing in Johnson County, we're going to be focusing on 5 major bills. We haven't determined all 5 of those yet. We're working on that now. One of those might end up being the 911 legislation, because as an ICC member, Indiana County Commissioners, our focus this year is going to be on things that SB 1 initially will affect until changes are made. And some of that's going to be in the 911 area. Some of it in fire and EMS, some of it in our township trustees. There's a lot going on. But what I wanted to explain to is the state does legislation, and when the state does legislation, they don't think about the result to the counties and how that affects our ability to do our job. And that's not a negative toward the state, and I don't want anybody to think so. We have a lot of really hardworking legislators that try really hard, come from a lot of different backgrounds. And I was telling the council, I had a podcast, had the pleasure of having a podcast with Senator Bray, and his look at things and how he's a friend of the counties, and he has been a friend of the counties for a long, long time. But all the different and diverse legislators that we have, they all come from different areas. Some are attorneys, some are farmers, some are business owners. So it's a different sort of thing. But when they look at things, they look at things that affect the state. They don't look at things that just affect the county in itself. And sometimes that's because they don't listen to the needs of the counties. But what your state legislators are doing now, and in the statutes that come down, they really don't look hard into the programs that affect us as a county as much as we would like for them to do. And some of this goes back to what John was saying as trying to find labor. The reason that we're having a hard time finding labor is because we don't have the funding source that really adjusts or centers upon that. It centers upon more I know you're going to hate me, the word I'm going to use, giveaway programs, than it does bringing those programs back in so that we basically force people to get jobs that don't necessarily have jobs at this point because they don't need jobs because of the funds that they receive through other funds that are there. And that's a tough position for our state to be in. But it does affect us because it affects us, our ability to move forward and to grow as we should. So those are things that we have to focus on and we have to help our legislators with. One of those is the 911. They're doing away with funds from there because their priority in not in attacking them or being contentious with our state legislators, their priorities are not protecting and serving the people in the county per se. They have to look at a bigger picture than what we look at. So it is our job to make sure they understand our position and where we are and what they do and how it affects us. And I think we're doing a pretty good job of that right now. We lost a lot of ground with SB1. I think everybody knows that. And that's going to put a lot of dependence on the counties figuring out a way to bring in the legitimate monies that we need. Are we as efficient as we should be as counties? No, we're not. And I will say we're not even close. Our county, Johnson County, does pretty well. And even the governor himself stated that Johnson County does well. But we're not where we could be, and we're not as efficient or effective as we could be. So as we move forward, I just wanted the council to understand, that people understand the state and their objectives and in what they're doing are not based on what local government needs are. And we have a closer to the people local job, you as well as us, have a closer relationship with our people. We are the boots on the ground. The state does not see what we go through, nor do they really care what we go through. We have to bring that forward to them to make them understand. And that's what we in Johnson County are going to work really hard to do so that we can protect those 911 funds and try to bring those back around. But it will be a priority in the ICC, and we will be working toward trying to stabilize those issues as we move forward. So just wanted to get that to you so that people would understand the process you're going through is a great process. How you're maintaining and doing the process is a good process. And it will help us be more effective and more efficient down the road. And then I think from there that we'll get more ability to maneuver with our state legislators because of our ability to move forward as a county, and Johnson County is becoming very well known in the state. So I think we're going to be okay. We just got to kind of be patient and work toward that.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Baird. We appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Next up is animal shelter, and I believe the animal shelter goes down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 funds, starting on page 86.
Hello, Carrie Kletchy, Director, Animal Shelter and Animal Control. I did go with WIS, and I also did the zero budget. As you'll be able to see, most of our funds that we struggle with are medical professional services.
Carrie, do you mind if we start, let's start with 4008.
Yes.
Okay. Would you please, let's keep it to 4008.
Yes, and that's the professional services fund. That's where I asked, I believe, for the most. We spend a lot of money on medical. State law, nothing can leave the facility unless it's fixed, unless it goes home. If you come and claim your animal, I don't have to have it fixed, but anything else has to be spayed or neutered. So we spend a lot of money on that. We also have injuries. We don't go into depth with medical on injured animals. We do what we can to keep them comfortable and hope that a family comes. But there are cases, neglect cases that we're pursuing, charges that we have to put medical into those animals to keep them, to show that a little bit of help they wouldn't be in that position. So definitely professional services is our biggest issue right now.
No, I was just gonna say, there's been lots of emails, there's been lots of questions,
There has.
there's been lots of research. If this was an easy fix, we all would have offered our input. We know it's not. I commend you and
Thank
your
you.
staff and the commissioners. I know they're very involved in
They are.
out there on the work that you do. And before I open the floor for discussion, I appreciate the work that you've done on staying where we needed to be. To say this correctly, although we all love our animals, you know, sometimes there are other priorities.
Yes,
I do think there's a lot of room. I don't necessarily want to say improvement.
there is.
I
Absolutely.
think that some changes may need to be made going forward, because I just don't think it, at some point, Johnson County is going to have to let go of some of the burden.
Yeah, well, and I can tell you that I've already been working with the commissioners. We did close our intakes because it was a never ending flood. We are almost at capacity of care. And I believe it's been right at a month. However, when we go to open that intake, how do we adjust that so the floodgates don't open? Because it will. I had 22 cats come in the building at the same time yesterday, just lined up. And we turned them away, and there was a lot of angry people, threats made. But we let them know that we can only do so much.
Do you track what area these animals come from?
Funny you asked that. Yes, typically no. However, this was brought up a month ago when we sat down and talked about what we were gonna do. And I looked just at what is currently in the building. Now, keep in mind, we've had our doors closed except for injured animals or neglect or things like that. Currently, 87% of our dogs and 70% of the cats that are in the building right now are from within city limits. We were built for unincorporated Johnson County. As you can tell, and I have it broke down by city, most of our animals come from within the city limits. But I mean, we're still taking care of them. We're still doing,
right.
And I can't say that next month, if I look at those numbers, it won't be a little bit different. But as of right now, today, that's what we're looking at.
And are you going to be tracking that moving forward?
Oh, I will be, yes. We're gonna track it the best we can. Most of the cats are from within the city, but that's easy to, I mean, because you have neighborhoods where someone moves out and they leave their cat and it's not fixed, and then that one cat becomes 30 cats.
And do we have any type of revenue stream from these cities where we're taking their?
Not that I'm aware of, no, everything comes from the county.
So I'm asking the question to council. Should we be servicing municipalities? Should we limit our animal control to unincorporated areas?
Yes.
And if we take animals from an incorporated area, should we be receiving funding?
I guess my first thought of that would be does council have the authority to decide whether, I don't think we do.
It's not our purview.
And then I know Carrie and I have had, lengthy discussions.
Yes.
And I've met with commissioners and been a lot of research put into this. And just for clarity, we're talking about the city of Franklin and the city of Greenwood, correct?
I went with every city. I looked at even like Edinburgh, who
So towns as well.
Yeah, any incorporated area that was within our county. In Edinburgh, it's one of 3 counties and and I looked at what was found in the country versus within city limits for each of those. It's of dogs, Greenwood has more dogs than Franklin, but then it drops significantly. Cats, we actually get most of our cats, what we have right now, 62 of our cats are from, 52 are from inside Franklin and 35 from inside Greenwood. But keep in mind, a lot of Greenwood people will drive north, but since we're in Franklin, that's why we see more. Plus, a lot of these are litters. So,
Well,
Greenwood may have been a lot higher
I
in the
represent
spring.
District 3.
Huh?
I represent District 3.
Yes.
And it's 20, our districts are based on 25% of the population.
Yeah.
So if you look at my district, it's very small. And it's Greenwood. And that's 25% of the population. So it's population density and number of people. So that's generating these I mean, it's simple 1-to-1, 1-to-2 ratios. It's, incidences. So if we're, is it a blame? Or is it a statement of fact that?
Yeah. And I did not, and I can, and I talked to the deputy director, and we can run reports through dispatch to see what their runs are, but from what they believe most of their runs are Greenwood. But I just looked at the animals that are actually in the building, and I looked at everything, strays, owner surrenders. We have stopped owner surrenders. We stopped that a while ago, but unfortunately some are still there.
Do we take people from Allo County?
So we do not, it's everything is case by case. So we don't take animals from out of county residents unless they pay us a fee. And with our numbers, we've just told them no, even if they claim they find that animal in our county. Now, if you show up and you live in Marion County and you have a dog and you say, I found it up the street and I scan it, it has a chip and they live in Franklin, I'm going to take that dog because I have proof that that dog's from our county. Other than that, we turn them away. One of our biggest problems, sorry, I didn't know he was there. One of our biggest problems is we have a lot of Johnson County residents that work outside of our county. They go to Marion County, they find a dog, they bring it home, and the dog, Marion County won't take it. And so we struggle with that. When do we help? Because there are residents, but that's not our county dog. And so that is a case by case basis too, especially if the dog's acting aggressive. We're going to protect our county residents and bring that dog in, unfortunately. So everything, I mean, every phone call is case by case. We follow the guidelines that the commissioners give us, but we have to look at the big picture because there's just too many animals.
Mr. Baird is behind you, just
I know, he's
busting your
scared.
rock again.
And we just need to be aware, there's a county rate for animal control. So these residents are paying somewhat toward that. The issue that you get into is they're not paying their share. And that's what we have to, I think, look at as the county is we have to see if there's a way we can collect another fee from the cities and towns to be able to handle the influx of the animals that we have through them. And that's something that I think we need to look at. And I agree that everyone should pay their fair share. So I think that's the way we would have to do it. We can't stop getting their animals, but we can put a cost to that to make sure that they understand that they need to pay their fair share.
But I think we all agree something needs to be done.
Oh, absolutely. We are being barraged.
Right.
And a lot of it from Marion County, and they just don't tell you the truth.
Yeah. I know Michelle has worked extensively, so whenever you're done, I'd like to turn it over
Yep, I'm
to
done.
Michelle for any. Oh, you want?
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
I each year we kind of run into the same problem and we keep putting Band-Aid on top of Band-Aid on top of Band-Aid. I feel it would be in the best interest of the county and the taxpayers of the county if we just like we did with the WIS study, if we just hire a consultant and let's make some serious changes and get this under control. With some ideas that perhaps we're not even aware are out there. I really think this would be a benefit to the county to just buckle down and pay for a consultant.
I'm the liaison to the animal shelter, and that's a very good point that you bring up, Melinda. I know I've had lots of discussions with the shelter director and with our commissioners, and the biggest part of the problem that is happening here is what the director was able to speak to, is that the majority of these calls and the expense is coming from municipalities who are paying a small portion to support animal control, but not anywhere close to their fair share. So unincorporated, we're more spread out, there's less people. We're just not using the animal shelter services as much as the city. So I have asked Carrie and the commissioners to get together, have some discussions, start a collaborative process with the municipalities so that there can be an interlocal agreement reached where these municipalities are able to pay money to help offset this labor expense that we're seeing here. And I guess my position would be, which I have shared with the director and the commissioners, is I would not be in support of the additional $100,000 ask for part-time in order to give this interlocal agreement a chance to succeed. So,
And keep in mind that when I did this, this was before we came up with the shutting of the doors, and
okay.
it has helped. But I also know that even though it looks good, and I tell my staff this, it looks good because when you walk through, you're not losing your, I mean, there's not animals in every nook and cranny. But because they're not there, they're out there.
Yes.
And that brings its own challenges because eventually those animals are gonna start starving and they're gonna start, and so they're gonna become the injured animals that we are bringing in. So it brings other challenges, but we are able to make adjustments to our schedule, to our job duties because of our limited intakes. So now the challenge is how do we reopen without getting ourselves right back? And that is, we're working on that.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I think, having a consultant more than an interlocal agreement, because interlocal agreement are just officials like us who are just trying their best, but they may not be specialists in that. And we really need somebody that really has a deep understanding, not just.
And there's a lot of groups out there that do that. They look at everything from our medical protocols to our intake protocols. I don't know what fees like that look like, but it sounds like that would be good on both, to do both of those. Because if they can tell us what to change and how.
These ideas are very good food for thought.
Yes.
But again, it's outside. You know, it's not our decision to move forward with that type of information, but to know it would be supported, you know, by council. I know I would like to refer back to last year. How many new employees were given? Do you remember?
3.
3?
2 kennel staff and 1 receptionist.
Okay, and that was a huge need then. If memory serves me right, wasn't that in to help eliminate some of the overtime and part-time?
Yeah.
And so now we're back to,
yes,
and I understand it's probably changed since the situation has changed, but now we're back to.
It's just the numbers keep going up and because we grow, the shelter numbers grow, the shelter doesn't grow, we don't have any place to go to, but the numbers grow. So that's why we're trying this new thing with the intakes to try to help offset some of that.
Well, I also don't think I would be in support of $100,000 worth of overtime for the animal shelter.
No,
I'm sorry, time.
Yes.
The animal shelter at this time, and I do agree with what it appears we're all discussing is an immediate need to take whatever steps forward to try to rectify the situation that we're in and get help in whatever manner. So, but I'll turn it back over to the one that did the majority of the research. So,
yeah, I'm supportive of this budget. It follows the WIS guidelines. The only thing I would, for the 4008 Animal Shelter Fund, is that I'm going to not want the extra $100,000 in line item 11400. So if I'm going to make a motion, I'm going to have that line item stay at 90.
okay, so we're only talking about the 4008 Animal Shelter, correct?
Yes, I believe that's all we're addressing right now.
And is that a motion on the floor?
Yes, if discussion's over.
We can call for another discussion once the second is made.
Yes, I motion that Fund 4008 Animal Shelter be approved as submitted with the exception of 4008-11400, and that number be reduced to 90,000.
What page is that on?
It is on page
86.
86. So we have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Graves.
Do we have discussion?
We will after we get a second. Yes, sir. If there is a second.
Oh, second.
So we have a second by Mr. Bates.
Yep.
Further discussion, please.
Yes. Please,
Yes, go right ahead.
travel and training. I'd like to eliminate that.
What account number is that?
4008-32-400. Or, I'm sorry, 31-500.
Oh,
Carrie, do you want to speak on that? It looks like you have a balance of 1158 from $7,100 last year. You've asked for 8,000. So the discussion now, is that really needed? Can it be eliminated? Would you like to speak on that?
I think it could be, of course, I'm gonna say no to eliminate it because the training is so important, especially because of the challenges that we're having. Myself and the shelter manager went to a conference this year in Vegas. It was very helpful. And it's showing us how to better run the shelter, how to keep disease under control. So I would like to at least keep it with where it was at or close to where it was at. Just so that we can get some, plus animal control. They go to trainings on how to do their cases, how to do, we just picked a pig up from the side of the interstate, things like that. So I think training is very important for everyone in the building on the animal control and the shelter side.
Also, I'd like to consider, account 32-400 utilities. Why is that going up so much?
So that is just, we remember last August, we had our new building, completely finished. So when I did my budget for this year, I wasn't sure what the utilities were gonna look like with this expansion. So I used the zero-based budget to come up with that, and that was half of what we've spent thus far in the first 6 months. Cause we did have I don't remember what the square footage is, but it's a large addition to our facility. And I will probably be short this year, but I am hoping to have funds to move.
that's a good point you brought up there. I wasn't aware of that when we discussed that there was a conference that was attended in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Was there not an opportunity for a more local conference? I mean,
There was.
taxpayers are gonna look at
Right.
this and say, oh, we're sending you out on a vacation to
Yes,
Vegas.
it's the Humane World, which used to be US Humane Society. Next year it's in Pittsburgh. So they move every year to different locations, and that's where it was this year. It's a week-long conference, but even if it's not that conference, 2 years ago, we went to a conference in Illinois that was like 2 days. I did send 2 animal control officers to that this year as well. So the conferences, there's different opportunities. So even if it's not that big opportunity, or if I wait until that opportunity is closer to home, any opportunity for training, local or close by, is helpful.
And this travel and training still goes before the commissioners for
Yes.
approval prior to you going, correct?
Yes, it
So
does.
they were totally on board with you.
Yes.
This training, okay.
I have one more also. Community cat coordinator.
Mhm.
I love cats, so don't let me.
Some if you need any.
But could you explain that position, what it does?
So it's a little bit different. So when we originally had it, that person's job was basically to go out, trap those feral cats that you see when you're driving down the street and cats are running in front of you. Trap them, get them fixed, and return them to their position or to their original homes. The problem we found was, since I've been the director, we went through 6 community cat people because it wasn't working. So I got with the commissioners and Tiffany, and we discussed that position now is a management position in the shelter, and they oversee all of the cats. When WIS did the survey, they put it as an animal control position, which it's not. They don't do tickets, they don't go out and do any of those things. So this position oversees every animal in the facility, or every cat in the facility. So when a cat comes in, they make sure it gets fixed. They make sure if it has a farm to go to, if it has a neighborhood to go to, that it gets out faster. We were finding that cats were sitting in the building because I didn't have anyone looking at every cat and saying, how do I get this cat out fast? Does it go back outside? Does it get fixed and go into a home? How do I move it? We have cats that once they hit 2 pounds, I can get it fixed. Well, when it comes in at 2 days, that's 8 weeks. then by 8 weeks, it gets missed because it's been there for 8 weeks, you forget about it. So this position looks at every cat every day and says, it's time to either get it fixed and put it back outside with its mom or put it in a home. So that they oversee every feline in the building and the trap neuter return program.
Okay, my next question is account 31,200 printing. Do we actually spend that much money?
Well, yes, because I did the zero based. Remember, printing includes all of our tickets. So animal control tickets that they write when your dog gets off property and attacks and kills the neighbor dog. When you, like, we had a case, 37 animals of neglect, and they got charged with 37 neglect. And that's, so every day they're writing tickets, things like that. So all of that is covered on there.
Question, and Barb, you might be able to help remind me. I've got our notes from when we all met. Were we gonna change that title, cat coordinator, to something else?
We did. We took it from community cat coordinator to just cat coordinator. So it's not about just outside cats, it's all cats.
So we need to add that in our notes, right? Because that needs to be changed, right, Amy?
In your
You need
motion.
that in the motion. So you want account number 11,362 to be cat coordinator.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't see a note.
No, there wasn't.
What's it changed to?
Cat coordinator.
I don't know if it matters, but also 11.5, the animal warden, that has been changed a while ago. My title is actually director, and it has been for even my job before I became director or around that time. So I know that that's a little bit, because an animal warden is more of a law enforcement.
Right.
Was that officially changed, Amy? And we're
No.
just carrying it? Okay, there's no notes to the side here for us to know that this needed to be done.
I don't, it's always just been like that, and I've never said anything, but I know that my job description says director, not animal warden.
So like animal director, is that what your job?
Just director, animal shelter.
Director?
Yes.
Director.
I'm getting.
Animal
Add it to
director, just director.
Add it to your motion.
Yeah, we gotta read, can we let that motion?
No, we have
start
a,
over?
we have a first and a second.
Oh, shoot.
We can't. So what we do here, Tip, is we go back and amend it.
First and then second.
Okay,
All
so,
right, so I need to start over.
so John,
Director
oh,
in
I'm
the job
sorry.
description.
Or
So,
withdraw-
I don't know why it's
withdraw
not
our
on here.
motion.
No,
You know.
no, I got it. Do we need to discuss further your request or suggestion to withdraw all travel and training?
is, but what I'm saying.
Would you like further discussion on that?
No further discussion.
And your request still remains to remove that?
I request that the first
What I'm saying.
revisits and add amendments as she deems necessary.
Okay, so at this point, we have a first and a second on the floor. We would like to, Mrs. Graves would like to amend the first to read as follows.
So I will amend my motion as follows. For fund number 4008 animal shelter. Line item 4008-1115. The title be changed to director. For line item 4008-11400. Part-time, that amount be reduced to 90,000. I missed one.
Mm-hmm.
For 4008-11362, that title be changed to cat coordinator. And then for fund number 4008-31500 travel and training, I would move that it stay the same as it was in 2025, 7,100. That's my amended motion.
I'll second that.
Oh, the motion has been amended by Mrs. Grave and seconded by Mr. Mallers. I'm sorry, Mr. Myers.
Hold on, there was already a second.
Oh, I thought that.
So we need to ask Ron if he wants to still second that.
Was it Mr. Bates?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Bates is in approval of seconding that revised motion. So now, any further discussion on 4008 animal shelter?
Just procedure, should we vote on the amendment first and then vote on the original? Motion?
Tiffany, would you let us know what we need to do to make this accurate, please?
I mean, as long as everyone knows what they're.
Second. The person made the motion, amended it, and second, agreed to that amendment. So
Yes.
vote.
Yes.
Vote. Yeah.
Just one vote, Tiffany?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one that's seconded.
Okay, so now that there's no further, if there's hearing no further discussion,
I
I'm
have a
sorry.
question.
Huh?
What was the reason for cutting down the travel and training? I mean, that seems to be getting into the weeds a little bit. Can you manage with 7,100?
I will make sure I can manage with 7,100.
Because I know there's conferences, I know, like, I've been to some and I've got people I know who work and do conferences, and I know they're all over the country, and it's not necessarily, hey, we're going to Vegas. That's where it is. Now, you can't always get all these conferences in
Yeah.
Indiana.
I think it was
So-
just done as a compromise to eliminate it.
Yeah.
Well, but
And I agree.
but can you make 7,100 work? I mean, if you need 8,000 for proper
I
training.
can, I would just adjust who I sent. So instead of sending 3, I would only send 2 so it would be fine.
All right, I just don't see this. All right, never mind. That's fine. Thanks.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Passes. Carrie, thank you for that. I know
Got
that,
more to go.
I know she has more to go, but I know that could have felt like being grilled, so.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And Carrie, I will help with any kind of interlocal agreement or discussions that need to be had to try to get some more money. I will be glad to donate my time to the commissioners and your cause.
Thank you.
I think we have some from the audience wanting to make a statement.
Just a couple of observations. One, that the problem, as I see it, animal control's facing is not funding. It's space consideration. With the increase in population that we're witnessing in the county, you're just gonna have more and more animals that you're gonna have to deal with. So it's the, build it and they will come kind of situation. The second thing is on funding. The funding is population based, so the people in the cities and towns are paying their portion of that. If you wanted to get more money out of those municipalities, you could do so by increasing her rate, but that has a negative effect on the general fund. So that's kind of the dilemma that you're faced with. If you want to get, it's assuming that the majority of the population in the county is now in the incorporated areas. So you would get more money out of Greenwood and Franklin and Edinburgh, so on and so forth, by raising the rate. But again, it has the effect on the general fund. So that's kind of your dilemma.
Well, can I make a statement here?
Huh?
Based on experience. A young boy was walking a big dog, and a neighbor had a very small dog on a leash, both on a leash. The big dog attacked the little dog. The little boy couldn't control it. However, he had it on a leash. So the man called animal control. It ended up with the animal control officer walking into 3 houses and interviewing people. And I was one of them. I was standing in the front yard and he asked if he could come inside and talk about this. So here we have animal control walking into 3 houses, and you know what the result was? It went to a Johnson County court. So how much money are we going to spend on these issues? And this was in Greenwood, it was in the city of Greenwood. So
Mhm.
Ron, to your point, do we build a cage in Greenwood?
No, I don't have a solution on the space control. I was just pointing out that that is the problem. I don't have a solution for it.
But this thing, you know,
Yeah.
I know it's necessary. It broke the law. But, the end result was awful.
Agreed.
That's all I had.
I guess I wanted to make the comment before I want to see it affect the general fund. I want us to see, I want us to do all we can to get our current facility set up in a way that's running the most efficient and with the latest recommendations.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so now, I believe the next one is 2510, LECE, 2516 Animal Control Deferral Program, 4101 Animal Shelter General Donations, and 4122 Latour Memorial Fund, and 4915 Animal Adoption Fees. All of those are on page 88, and we'd like to take all those at one time. If you'll start at the beginning, Carrie, and move forward, we'd appreciate it.
So 2510, the LECE, we get about $32 a year in that fund. I did use most of that this year. So 500, I may not even have that much to use. That's just, I wasn't really sure what to put there. For the deferral program, that is, I think we set it up this year for the first year. We hadn't used it. We're trying to build it to get equipment. And we're still working on that. I believe there'll be over 10,000 by the end of the year. So I'm hoping next year to get the officers some equipment. I just don't know which one we'll pick from, for them. The main ones are 4101 and the last three. I want to add professional services to each of those. As I said, vet bills are our biggest, and I need to find more money. And I knew coming to you was going to be a huge amount. So my thought was to pull a little bit from each of those funds to help offset those costs next year. We did raise our adoption fees. We have been able to add a donation button per se on our Facebook, which has brought up donations. So we can help offset that. People, when they come in, they pay fees. Hopefully that will keep it out of the general fund as much as possible.
It's good. Very good.
Christine. So any discussion on the, looks to be 5 funds that appear to be pretty straightforward here, on animal shelters? Further discussion? Hearing none. Prepared for a motion?
I move to approve, animal control 2510, animal control 2516, animal shelter 4101, Latour Memorial Fund 4122, and the animal adoption 4915 as presented.
We have a first by Mr. Dittmers. Second by Mr. Mallers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Before I leave, I want to say one thing. I believe this is my 4th budget, but Michelle, this is the first year that a liaison has ever responded to me or reached out to me. So I really appreciate, even if we're not always seeing eye to eye, the fact that you're listening and that you did, to me, go above to hear what was the challenges for the shelter. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for what you do. And it is nice to hear something nice.
Good.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Oh, for change.
We don't get that often.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Hard week.
Yeah. Next up on page 1 is the clerk.
Good morning. I guess it still is. Trina McLaughlin, clerk.
Hi, Trina.
Hello. Do you want to start with 101?
Yes, please. The clerk's general.
So I stayed within the list guidelines.
I'm sorry.
I stayed within the list guidelines. I did do the zero-based budgeting for all of my accounts. And what questions do you have for me?
So we're just doing 0101.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
It looks like, again, poster child for zero-based budget, and we appreciate it. It's going to be a collaborative effort between everyone and council to hit our budget numbers. Thanks, Trina.
You're welcome.
I did check your numbers against the WIS salary study, and they all did match.
So I know there was a lot of conversation going back and forth on the chief deputy position.
That's in a different.
Okay, that's in a different fund.
Yep.
Sorry, my bad. That's next discussion. Okay, any additional discussion on 1001, 101? Hearing none, I'm prepared to take a motion.
I'd move to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay,
Second. Everybody wants to play.
we have a first by Mr. Dittmers, a second by Mrs. Gray. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to 1001, 114, the clerk election board.
So, of course, with this fund, I cannot do a zero-based budget because we have an election next year.
Right.
I went back, checked 2020, which really didn't count. I looked at 2016, I looked at 2022, because next year is a county general election. I didn't really compare it with 2024 because that was a presidential. So how I come up with my figures was from 2022 and all of my line items, with the exception, of course, of the WIS study, and we'll go into that next. So any questions on the election stuff before the WIS?
Just kind of wanted to make a question, and this might help Ron Bates, who's new too.
Sure.
So on the election board, you've estimated as close as you can.
Mhm.
But if you miss your numbers, it's something we have to pay. So you'll come back for an additional appropriation. So you're
Yes.
covered for what you'll need for election.
I feel like I'm pretty good.
Good. Thank you. I
that's
just
it.
wanted to make sure,
But
right?
that's the cost of doing business. So
Yes.
this is the situation where I was talking, one of, you may have to, it's just according to what your expenses are.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
And in that 114, I did have to add, I think it was 5 new line items. We used to have, we had a grant that we got a large sum of money, I think, starting in 2005. And we did expend all of that money just this past year with, we paid different things out of that grant, that since we no longer have that money, it now has to come out of the general fund.
I understand.
How much was that grant for that we lost?
Well, we didn't lose it. We used it all. So it was a one-time
The one
grant.
time.
It's just one, 905, it's not every year, okay.
Right, yeah,
Thank you.
2005, and then I think they might have gotten a little bit more in 2008. But you use it until it's gone.
Right.
So we didn't lose anything.
Thank you for, again,
Yeah.
new kid card
Yeah.
for one more day.
And then if you want to talk about the first deputy, I know there's been a lot of discussion on that with WIS. Tiffany, I talked with her some. I've talked with John Dittmers, who's my liaison. And I know that some of you maybe didn't agree that my chief deputy and my first deputy should make the same salary. I put a lot of thought and work into this. I do basically have 2 different departments. I have a clerk's office and I have a voter registration office. So my thought, if you don't want to pay them the same salary, is that we go with 85% of the chief deputy salary, which is off from the WIS study. The WIS study put them both at making the same salary. I know that you guys had decided that the chief deputies would make 85% of the elected officials. So I thought if the first deputy made 85% of the chief deputy, that would be a fair balance.
Does that come out to 64, 65? Did I
Yes.
do the math right?
Yes.
I will admit I did not do as intense research on this, but I did read all the emails and was brought up today just for me. And I don't know that the question on my part was that the value wasn't there. I don't think anybody questions that the value of that line item is not there. I think the question was, it wasn't the intent changing that job title to end up in the position that it's in now. So I think when you went back and looked at the prior meetings where that job title was changed, the council was told at that time, this is a bookkeeping thing only to, wasn't it, to eliminate overtime, not going to make any changes anywhere. So now when we move forward, because of that title change, it has caused a whole new job classification. So it wasn't that anyone felt it wasn't deserved or anything like that. It was that just don't think it was at the intent of the council with your presentation, and everyone agreed at that time that changing that title would take it from here to here. It was basically, we were agreeing to change that title to eliminate overtime. So I think that's where I hate to even say discrepancy, but that's where the question came in, is if we backed up, if that hadn't happened, knowing what's going to happen now, would that classification been the same? So, and by statute, it is purely your decision to make. We have no control over it. You can do whatever you choose to do as clerk because we did approve that title change. So correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that the discussion that would, the topic that was mainly of concern? So for the purposes of public meeting, I don't think anyone doesn't want it to happen. Just want to point out in a public meeting, that wasn't I don't believe that was the intent of anybody at that time. And now that it's there, it causes the statute to come into play. So I'll turn it over to your liaison and any details that they have, but the choice and the decision obviously is going to be yours. Our hands are tied. It's totally what you decide to do based on statute. So.
Yeah, and that's accurate. I think that change was also made in, I believe, 2019.
Yeah.
So that's 6-7 years ago. So things change as well. So I don't know what bearing that has, other than the fact Trina was very receptive to the issue in call it the question, and came up with, I thought, what was a pretty creative solution, which ultimately saved somewhere in the neighborhood of $9,000 to $10,000 off of the request she had. So to her point, I think it kind of was a nice compromise that she came up with to address the issue.
My only question would be if we don't, and I'm not saying that obviously the decision is yours, but thinking out loud here, if we allow that amount just to be changed to as a compromise, doesn't that put us right back where we started, not matching the WIS study with the title?
Yes, this is where I sort of had it does. It
puts us in that same loop.
So to me, my way of thinking, that's where our approach kind of gets in the way of what I see as a common sense solution to the problem. Now, that said, to me, we have the solution. So if we have to change the title, maybe we back into that to say, okay, here's how we make it fit. We start at the end and back into it if that's what we choose to do to address the question you just asked.
Because it was, I think your term was a good one. I heard in throughout our discussions, it was an unintended consequence that got us where we are here today.
So when this title change took effect, I was newly clerk. My chief deputy was stepmom to the election board clerk. Therefore, nepotism played in. So we made her a first deputy because she was a first deputy over voter registration. Now-
That was maybe to circumvent the nepotism issue.
Yes.
So, okay, I don't know that wasn't in the minutes of that meeting, so that's some new information. Question as we keep deliberating this. The 6465, was your suggestion to make that an exempt position or non-exempt?
So she was to be an exempt employee.
Okay, so it'd be exempt, and if we are able to go with this and change the title, it would be 6465, which is 85% of the chief deputy, and it would be an exempt position.
Correct.
So would this be like a one-off, like under an SO in our?
Didn't I see a list
Possibly.
response that
Yes.
had a solution for this,
Yeah.
a senior level position?
This is Wiz
Hold
did
on.
analyze this. If
I
it's
agree
not
with
gonna-
you, I'm sorry.
If this is not gonna be the elected official appointee, like what we're talking about, if there was an unintended consequence, if that's true, they've already classified this as a COMAR 4. So there is really no need for the 85%. That the only thing that's gonna do is put this this position in a weird spot that doesn't make sense according to the classification. The Wiz already heard all of the information and classified it as a COMAR 4, or based on the title change that happened, this is a first deputy, and if it's a first deputy, then it has to be at Wiz the 71. So
That's what my point is. It's
Yes.
gonna have to go
it's gotta
to,
be either one. It can't be some
The other.
made up.
has to be a come out for first deputy.
Yes.
And that decision is totally gonna be Trina's, right?
Right.
So if we move it to your 64 that you're trying to compromise with, it's gonna have to be adjusted to a COMAT 4, which would take it out of the first deputy. If you leave it at the first deputy, per statute, it has to be the
The
71130.
COMAT 4 is not the salary that was listed,
No,
just.
it'd be 56,983.
Yeah, 56,983.
One thing to keep in mind when you make your decision, because, it's your decision. If the position stays a first deputy, it becomes an appointed position. So it would be just like any of our chief deputies. When a new elected official comes in, they could wipe that person out on 1/1 first day of their year and with no recourse or cause. It can just happen.
Wow.
So I don't know if you want to try to protect that office by not having that option available. I just wanted to make sure you have that information when you make your decision.
So I'm clear in my mind, we have two options here,
Right.
and the decision is Trina's. It is left at a first deputy at 71,135, end of story. Or, once they looked at it again, the only other position would be a COMAT 4, which would be at the
56,983.
56,983.
And for the record, the reason it is Trina's decision is based on statute.
Right.
There's a very specific statute on the Indiana books that addresses a clerk with this many courts in our county, and it takes this decision out of council's hands and puts it into her hands for this one specific position.
But that also is all based on prior title change.
Yes.
Due to circumstances, supposedly only gonna do this because of overtime, and not anything like this moving forward.
So if she's a COMAT 4, she will be entitled to overtime?
Yes. And I do have some numbers on that if it helps your decision. I mean, we put so much thought into this, Trina, so thank you for working with us. I went back and looked at 2016 because that was a presidential election year, and that should have been a big, those are our big ones. And that was the last time this position had overtime that we could track. And it came in at 86.25 hours of overtime that we got paid. And I think at this rate, I calculate it's going to come up to about $3,800 in overtime. So you'd still be making a fiscally responsible decision for the taxpayers because of the unintended outcome. And then that would get this position up over your 6465 that you're asking.
But it's subject to overtime.
Because it would get paid overtime. So you would make the 6465 and then some change. Totally up to you.
So according to Wiz, based on what this council had decided before, based on the statute you have at your your ability. Those, I think, are the two options we have. So now I'm gonna shut up and open the floor for anybody else that has any questions, wants to ask questions or about any of their research that they've done. So,
I have a question
absolutely.
for our wonderful clerk.
Yes. Wonderful.
Does she, and to everyone, does she have the ability to not pay what is approved? She can choose whatever she wants to pay?
No,
Not at
No.
starting, no, not according to what we.
no, it's different than what you saw happen with the court administrator.
I'm talking about the clerk perpetuation fund here, where she has total regard.
But we're not on that fund. I see
But-
what you're saying.
I'm saying that you have some discretion. You have to run your office how you see fit. How do you feel about that?
Hot seat.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
I value all my employees. None of them are paid enough money, but that's not what we're here up to discuss. So
You want the authority to approve this as presented with the statute and you're well within your rights to do that. If you choose to do that, and I don't know that this, I mean, this is always an option. We can make changes up until the second reading. So just tossing that out there and want to open it down here at this end.
I'm taking it all in
Okay.
at this point in time.
But to summarize, we have a $15,000 gap.
Big gap.
Big gap.
That's big. And there's no discretionary option to fill that.
One or the other, two choices.
One or the other.
Welcome to government.
Yeah. And if you do anything outside of that, then you're gonna have to back up to everybody that's come before us and give them the same opportunity, I believe, to present there, because they all have awesome employees and hardworking employees that deserve more money and that have perpetuating.
So let's go to John's question. Is that 71, is that statutory you must do, or is that a not to exceed
It's a
number?
WIS.
That's our WIS number. That's what she should be making.
Could pay less than that.
Is it not, is it not to exceed, or
We
is it
said
absolute?
that, no, it's
Only
absolute.
guideline.
Good point.
Absolute.
So the question on the table is, you have two options. If council wants to continue to be consistent with salary guidelines, you have two options. It can be a COMOP 4 with overtime, or first deputy, no overtime, 71,000. And statute gives you the authority to make that position a first deputy if you want to.
Absolutely.
But WIS gives you two options. But statute also gives you the authority to make this decision, not us. The salaries are going to be based on the WIS study, but you get to pick, do you want it to be a COMOP 4 with overtime or a first deputy at a $17,000 increase to the taxpayers?
Well,
Nutshell.
Does the chief deputy, all right, you've got a chief deputy in your 101 budget,
yes,
the duties that person performs. Then you said you've got essentially two agencies that you run, or two departments that you run. This first deputy, same type of thing, is it effectively a chief deputy
yes, for that.
for the election division?
Yes,
Similar type duties and whatnot,
yes.
okay.
Okay, any further discussion? I think on this 1001114, we have probably put everything out on the
Yeah.
table. So, are you all right?
Okay, then stop.
I'm sorry,
You're
I
okay.
can't silence this
We
thing.
need to take a break.
No, I'm
You
fine.
good?
I'm good, yeah.
Sounds like a diabetic thing.
Easy.
Okay.
Calling EMTs.
Yeah.
We can stop.
So Trina, before I open the floor for a motion, do you have anything else that you want to add? Because we need a decision. You want your budget as presented based on the statute that we talked about, or do you have any changes that you want to make?
Well, I do want to make a comment in regards to the $17,000 pay raise. That was not on me. That's on the WIS study that you as the council are going by. So
Based on the
don't agree
classes,
with that
yes.
comment.
Yes, okay.
Exactly.
But at this point, then if you are saying that you're going by the WIS study for every other department, then that's what I will request for my department.
Okay, leaving it at the statutorily required 71,135 for the first deputy,
Yes.
correct? Okay, so there are not, she's not requesting any changes for that line item. So further discussion? No further discussion, then I can entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented.
I move to accept 1001-101 clerk and then 1001-114 clerk election board as presented.
Okay, we
I have two more.
Yeah, but
I know,
we're gonna do that one separate for the minutes, so to be clear.
You guys already did 101. You're just
Oh,
doing 114.
114.
114, you're absolutely
All
correct.
right.
So we have a first motion by Mr. Mallers.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Dittmers. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Passes. Okay, moving on to 1119 clerk perpetuation, and I think we can do the 1217-101 training as well, please.
Yep.
Okay.
I went within the WIS guidelines and I did the zero base for the clerk perpetuation fund. And I did on the 101-1217 elected officials training fund, I went down on that one also.
So you have quite a sizable balance in your training fund. Is that as minimal as you felt?
So we have election training in December. So this won't show up until after that.
Okay. Discussion on 1119 and 1217.
Just to the comment you just made, Trina, how many people are we talking about? These are people training, of course, to oversee or supervise the elections when they come up, primary and general election.
Are you talking about the training fund
Yeah.
balance? So yes, so the election board, which is 2 members plus myself, and then all the election staff, which is 3 members and my chief deputy. So there's a lot of us
It's just for them.
for that, for the election. And then we have
Go for it.
other conferences throughout the year also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further discussion. If not, at this point, I'm prepared for a motion.
So this is for
1 and 1217.
motion to approve 1119 and 1217-0101.
Second.
We have a first by Mr. Myers, a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Okay. Opposed? Passes.
Thank
Tina,
you.
thank you. Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate all you have done.
Thank you.
And I-
Thank you. Please know that we do appreciate what you and your staff do, and it's just a matter of trying to bring everything forward in a public meeting. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, we need to discuss lunch. It's 10 after 12. We
What
will.
item is that?
We will have looks like a short session when we get back. I don't think we can push through and get out of here and it'd be fair to those out there wanting their lunch hour. So if all are in favor, I will say let's adjourn for an hour. And then,
We go for 30 minutes.
no, it's not fair to the people out there wanting their hour lunch.
Right.
So,
They get an hour.
yeah, every county employees get an hour. So we'll adjourn 10 after 12, meet back here properly at 10 after 1. Is that all you? I'm sorry. Sorry. And you've worked so hard with us. We know it's gonna be quick. Well, send Melissa back. She can do it.
I went to Mexican, but I did not get a margarita. Really? Because he already made all the
Ready?
changes.
All right, Mr. Assessor, I'm sorry we cut off with you earlier. I know you worked very hard on the budget and everything's been rectified and corrected and you have a 3-minute presentation.
Well, you totally ruined my plan. My idea was going to be, they want to go to lunch real bad. So if I can get mine in before lunch, bam, 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 we're done.
Right.
Now that you've eaten.
Yeah.
Game on.
Anyway, Mike Watkins, County Assessor.
We're on page 30 and 31 in the book under, and it should show revised.
We've got 3 budgets that my office is over. Just wanted to let you know ahead of time. We followed the salary study 100%. We cut every line possible that we could in the budget to try our best to do the zero-based budgeting. We really need to move at least 2 employees out of reassessment into general fund, as Mike Reuter has said. And I know that I have some overtime in my budget. Overtime is pretty much a thing of the past now in my office. It's used pretty much now only for continuing education requirements, as well as if there was a true assessment emergency that were to come up. By the way, there's no such thing as an assessment emergency. That's my boss always told me that, Mark. He said, Mike, there's no such thing as an assessment emergency. Go home at 4:30 on Friday. Anyway, I'm here to answer any questions that you've got.
Okay, we're looking at 1001-109. And are we gonna go ahead and take the 1224 under reassessment? I think you're speaking of all of your budgets when you just made your spiel.
Oh, yeah,
correct?
I've got, that's what I was intending. I've got 3 lines, the general for the county assessment general fund, the property reassessment fund, and the county sales disclosure fee.
Correct, and the same thing goes for all of these funds. What you
Absolutely,
just
all 3.
broke up. Okay,
I look at them as one pool of money.
yes. Now, the line items that you've requested to go into the general fund are,
They are 11344, which is appraisal and appeal specialist, and 11349, which is commercial industrial appraisal specialist.
I know we started with a much larger number than that, and I know you have been working
Yes.
with council to get, so you could have a 3-minute presentation and do exactly what we wanted.
Mhm.
So Michelle, do you want to speak briefly of your meeting with him?
Yeah, Mike and I have had 2 or 3 really good meetings, and that's why you see these 3 pages as revised budgets, because we were able to work out everything that looked out of place. All his salary line items matched up to the WIS salary survey. He was originally requesting to move 6 people into the general. We compromised with 2 positions into the general. And the fiscal plan numbers will support that for another year, so that is good news. I, as always, was asking everyone about their overtime, and Mike was able to reduce some overtime and did share again, like he did today, that overtime is basically not going to be utilized in his office on a regular basis.
Correct.
It's pretty well worked itself out. Yeah, I have no problem with this budget. I'm supportive of it. Thank you, Mike. Good work.
Thank you.
Poster child for zero-based budget.
Nobody wants me on a poster.
Yeah, he is a poster child.
Further discussion? Anyone? If I hear none, I am prepared to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented.
For both funds or all?
All of the funds, please.
Sorry, Cheryl.
And we need to make note of in 1001009 that read the two line items that need to be moved to the general fund.
They're already moved in this.
They've already been moved in this budget. Okay.
Yeah, the work's been done before he got here, so this is great.
All right,
So-
so it's accept as presented.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve 1001-0109 assessor. 11224 reassessment. And 1131 county sales disclosure fee as presented.
Second.
We have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Bates. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Passes. I think that may have been under 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Well, if I hadn't told my Mark story.
Yeah, gold star.
Thank you.
We all have Mark stories. We might not want to get started.
Oh, absolutely.
Who's next?
Next up is our county auditor. And her budget starts on page 4.
Good afternoon. I'm
Give it-
Elizabeth Alvey.
Give us a chance to get to 4, baby.
Okay, I just want to get under 2 minutes.
Trying to beat the record.
Yes.
Okay, shoot.
Elizabeth Alvey, County Auditor. I did follow the WIS guidelines for the salary that you requested. Also, I did follow the zero-based budgeting. I did update all my job descriptions in, for my employees with title changes. This was done per my conversation with WIS. Also, I did, give Tiffany updated job descriptions along with the title changes. And if you want me to go ahead and tell you about overtime, I will.
Yeah.
I might as well.
Hang on. So that's 1157,102, correct?
Correct.
Why don't we see, is your overtime in that line item?
No.
No. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the auditor's ineligible deductions.
I did have a question there, Miss Elizabeth, on your office equipment and furniture. You have a note that you moved this $7,000 request from the 1181 fund. But when I followed the bouncing ball, it was a $2,500 budget in the 1181 fund. So it has increased by $5,500.
We have been thinking about getting new.
$500. Maybe I
We
did.
have been thinking about getting new chairs for the office. So I kind of wanted to keep that there for 7.
Okay, so just, for the rest of the council members, it is a $4,500 increase. It is a transfer, but also a $4,500 increase to this fund for new chairs, maybe.
We can't talk Mr. Baird into buying that.
I'll say,
Yeah, I was gonna say Mr. Baird should buy, I mean,
okay,
There you go.
so that being said,
I can just probably move that back to part-time because that's
It's
like,
a non-reverting.
it's a
Yeah.
non-reverted.
It
But
was ineligible.
so just make it $2,000. Oh, it was 0 and 25.
correct. They're saying is it's a non-reverting fund, whether they spend it or whether they don't. It's
Okay.
not gonna make any difference. We've had a couple of those because it is non-reverting. So we can change it, but it's a moot point.
You could have 2 chairs.
But you said buy chairs. I was gonna say, as I was pointing, he was standing up.
I think just to follow the bouncing balls in the future, we should take that line item back to 0 and leave it as $2,500 in the other line item, and that way. When we
wanna
look
note
at
that
it
we
again
do-
next year.
We do zero-based budgeting every year, so that's why it has changed too.
Oh, okay. And then the overtime in Fund 1181, your overtime increased by 400%.
We try to flex out time. But in this case, it wouldn't make any sense because we were behind in this area. And the reason we were behind in the mapping is due to, we have 2 new employees. It does take time, lots of time to teach the new girls, and that takes away from one person trying to get caught up on the other mapping areas. Also, there's been a lot of growth in the county, so she's had to stop doing her job to try to do some training. So that has taken some time.
What's your turnover rate been in that particular position for the new people?
Well, we've had probably three people since I've been here. Isn't that correct? Most of them they've left some of them have left because of their location closer to home. The other one was increase in pay. So we've had a lot of people leaving due to that in that area.
Yeah, we've had a lot of turnover in the whole office, and since we're cross-trained, we just, whatever's needed first. So once we get caught up, then it'll go away.
I guess that was gonna be my next question. Is this gonna stabilize where then we can walk this back to a more reasonable number?
I'm hoping that this next month will be done. I hope that we should be at a really good space right now. And the girls that we have in that department are really flourishing. They're doing a great job.
So are you gonna have to transfer money in? Oh, you already did for the adjusted amount. I'm learning the budget book. You moved in $3,000. I see that now. Okay. So maybe then the following year, we can bring that back down.
Yes.
I just want to add, this is where the parcels start that generate the taxes that fund the budgets.
Right.
Know that.
I didn't.
Sounds like an insight too.
That was my very first job at the county. County cartographer 33 years ago, I think.
Those are the only questions I had. Thank you.
So I'm a little confused since it's a non-reverting fund, with the others, we've just left them alone for bookkeeping purposes.
Right.
So are you going to make a motion to change that back to the $2,500 back to the other, or since it's non-reverting, leave it like we've done the others?
I was hoping someone else would make a motion.
Okay, well, here we go.
I'll make a motion. Let's see, which ones do we have? So there's, hold on, let me get the right language. I would entertain a motion to accept the budget as presented. And that would be for 1157, food and beverage auditor, 1216, auditors ineligible, 1217, elected officials training, 1181, auditors plat map maintenance.
Correct. I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Mallers. Second by Mr. Myers, and you do that on purpose, don't you?
Yeah.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Next up is our treasurer. And I believe it's the next 5 fund members.
Nope, she just has
I
one
just have
page
2.
or 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Looking at enhanced access.
Welcome to your first budget season.
Thank you.
Page 7.
Okay, Kim Hamilton, County Treasurer. I did follow the guidelines on the salaries with one item I would like to note. I did have a person retire full-time at the end of June, and she asked to stay on part-time with me. So that is the reason that the part-time budget has been bumped up so much. I accounted for her working for next year, working 3 days a week. And then also for our seasonal person that comes in and helps during the busy season.
But then that position for that deputy treasurer you've removed.
Correct.
You removed the
It's zero.
full-time position, but then she's going part-time.
Yes,
Okay.
so that line item has been zeroed out.
Okay. And your training appears to be fine.
Overtime got reduced.
I reduced overtime by $1,000, yes.
Yep, thank you. The numbers make sense to me on part-time and, by eliminating that full-time line item, you saved the county $29,690 plus
Yes, ma'am.
MICA, plus perf, plus health insurance.
Yes, ma'am, and that'll continue every year.
So while that looks like a big increase to part-time, it actually nets out to a savings to the county. I just wanted to point that out.
So
Any other-
overall, my budget was reduced $17,548.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, just real quickly, I don't want to lose sight of what Kim did there. That's managing your own space and I've always had kind of a perspective of when whether it's a department, whether it's an office in government, whatever it is, you're kind of a CEO of your own business line, so to speak. And this is a pretty good example of not even solving for a problem, but seeing an opportunity. So those are the kinds of things I think that are really beneficial, and the big save that Michelle just talked about is a result of that. And I just wanted to tell you how much that's appreciated.
Thank you. Our office runs pretty efficiently. Michelle had a good staff on board.
Thank you.
And with the opportunities for taxpayers to pay online and to pay by the phone, that helps with the traffic in our office.
Good work, Kim. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Zero-based budget, poster child.
Got a lot of poster children.
Further discussion?
We've got it.
Missing, do we have anything?
Foundation.
Nope. There's no further discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
I moved to approve 1157-0103 treasurer and 1217-103 the elected official training treasurer as presented.
I have first by Mr. Dittmers,
Second.
second by Mrs. Graves. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work too.
Thank you, Kim.
Appreciate you. Next up is our treasurer.
Recorder.
I'm sorry, I'm lost here. Recorder, and you have, 1, 2, 4, correct?
Yes.
Down to 1189, and they're on page 8 and 9. Yeah.
Teresa Petro, county recorder. I did submit salaries to go along with salary study. And I want to thank Michelle. You also reached out to me right away as a liaison, which I haven't had that in the past, so thank you. And we did talk and we did come to just to let you know, I did gather some other COMA 2, where the recorder's office is still COMA 1, which I've been trying to get changed for 2.5 years. I've tried to do everything. So for talking to Tiffany and Michelle, I gathered some other COMA 2 descriptions, submitted them to WIS through Tiffany back in August. It took me a little while. We had a death in the family and bad July, so a little behind, but to request that WIS really look at those closely because we couldn't find a difference, and to ask what was missing and the point system. And their response in an email was, this council will look at that survey from WIS, and once it's approved Monday, then we can go back and look at those. So just, and I did make a copy of the COMA 1s and 2s, so you guys don't have to go through the whole thing if you'd like those. It would mean about $8,500 for my people. I've worked in those departments. Our job descriptions are very close to some of the clerks and the assessor in those positions. So just so you know that we're looking at that. So none of my budget's out of general fund, but it is taxpayer money, the perpetuation. Glad it's healthy. We're glad we can contribute $500,000 to the county budget. We gather, for those of you that don't know, we gather that revenue from subscriptions to our online searching for attorneys, title searchers, abstractors. Every copy that goes out of our office, people are charged for, even if they want to do a search on the weekend and they're not one of those, they can pay for that. And all that revenue comes back to us, our software companies. Great. So we're able to generate that revenue. We've also invested extra money that we've had the last couple of years. We're bringing in 42 in this next week. We'll have that CD mature for 35,000 interest. So we're trying to add, money to that account. We are looking at a big historical preservation project next year, which is what the Recorder's Perpetuation money is set out for. So we do an ordinance every year, and we'll do that again for every expense in our office. So do you want to put that to them? Just so you can see, I've highlighted in orange the coma line. Also, there was only 15 positions that were coma line, some of the positions that were compared to. And also, I think there was another department that was the correctional officers that maybe it wasn't looked at closely enough, because I have one position that is, title is deputy recorder. They don't have a lot of that position does not have a lot of extra duties, doesn't have the responsibility, but they're all classified the same. I just thought that was questionable. That's one of the things we'll talk about, hopefully. And with that, do you have any questions about?
I can share that I am the liaison to the recorder's office, and all these salaries that were submitted in this budget do match up to the WIS guidelines. Again, you follow the zero-based budget, so another poster child. We're going to have lots of posters hanging up, and those kudos to all the elected officials and department heads that followed the guidelines. I know you have been working on these positions for more than a year or two. While they won't be fixed today, it's certainly a conversation that, you and I can have moving forward, and we'll see what the procedure is and do what we can. I would support this budget.
Further discussion from anyone else? Okay, so it looks like I'm prepared to take a motion. And we've looked basically at all of them. Was there any overtime or anything like that you wanted to question on this one?
I don't think she had overtime.
We don't have to advertise, prepare overtime. If we have overtime, it's due to most generally back indexing all of our 300,000 files to back index, so that people can find them easily.
I didn't realize you didn't have to advertise that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Misunderstood.
We have to advertise the 1154, the 1160, 1217, and the salaries.
The recorder's perpetuation does not have to be appropriated.
So that's why it's
However,
not
you
in
have
here.
to approve their salaries.
Okay, but the overtime wouldn't necessarily have to have a line item in one of these budgets and stand out. Okay.
It's the 1189, and we do anytime, like for instance, we had a booth at the fair to promote our property fraud alert program, which I don't know if y'all saw the articles in the paper this year.
I did.
People.
I signed up.
Yeah, so we really because it is a volunteer program, and we don't want people coming to the paper and saying the county's not doing anything when it's there, but it's volunteer. So, but we do get all overtime approved through the commissioner's office before we do something like
That
that.
was gonna be my next question.
So, and if we also we could pay an outside company to back index for us, and it would be, right now, what we have to do would be over $120,000. We prefer to do that in-house, so everybody, every day, some days we record 80 documents, and some days it's 200, so we have extra time. And they're not working on a project, they do that. But we were using some overtime, up until April of this year to do that, allow people to come in an hour early. And then we stopped it, per commissioner's request, and it's something we need to look at, but not for budget, so.
And I think the intent is council needs to be mindful of overtime and part-time money and try to, eliminate or reduce as much of that as we can. And we're also being mindful to look for people or situations where employees may be having their salaries supplemented by overtime. And so we're very sensitive to that too. So that's my spiel on overtime.
But you also understand that everybody else is going to back index those 300,000 files in that queue. I mean, at some point, we had almost 800,000 when we took office to do. All the files were digitized, microfilm, so they're all protected. They're indexed so that people can, it makes it a little easier for abstractors. Of course, abstractors know every way to look stuff up, but it does make it easier, and it's seen there as a job to do. So, and the 1189 is money. The first order of business for that is to preserve and maintain all those files. So we may go into commissioners and even council at some time to maybe do a project on that, but it's not anything that we have to address right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further discussion? If not, I'm prepared for a motion for these funds.
I would make a motion to approve the recorders 1154 enhanced access, 1160 identification security protection, 1217014 EO training recorder, and 1189 recorders records perpetuation funds as presented.
Second.
I have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. I know it's a hard job.
Thank
I
you,
would-
Teresa.
Okay, up next, we have surveyor.
What page is that?
And the surveyor is on page 21. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, the next 5 funds, correct?
5.
Right, from 1157 down to 1202.
For the record, Greg Cantwell, Johnson County Surveyor.
Hello, Mr. Cantwell.
And I'm probably not your poster child.
I'm sorry?
I'm probably not your poster child.
Oh, well, we know, I'll just say this right up front. We have all been looking at your information. Hopefully we have all read the emails, and we all know, where we stand today as far as talking about things. So I'll let you get started and we'll just dig in. We got your 15 minutes going though.
I'll hurry. I thought I had 25. Just wanted to address the WIS study first. I learned probably more in the last 2 days just because I'm at the end of the line, so I saw what everybody's done. To me, it seems like what the council, they have shelves is what I'm gonna call them, those job descriptions. Through the WIS study. So they're different shelves, what I'm calling, and you have to have certain criteria to meet that job description within those classifications. And I get that now. I think my problem is that my older job descriptions don't necessarily fit, in my opinion, neatly into those shelves. So I know that you're going to give us an opportunity as department head, if maybe by 27, to have some say in how that input. So I think if this next year I look back, work with WISC to fine tune my job descriptions so they fit on a shelf that I believe they fit. Because I do have some people here that I think should be here, some people here that. So I think I just need to tweak that and work with your contractor on that. So that's going to be my plan for the next year.
And there will fortunately be steps in order for you to do that.
Yes.
So that is one of the first things we finalize it on Monday. So that yes, you do, will have directions, specific directions on how to do that. But I also want to note, this first started back in October of 24. So we've had time to do it, and I'm sorry that it's come to the last minute and you've just realized, hey, we maybe should have done this differently. So, but at least there is an avenue in place. Go ahead. I just was inserting that.
I'm ready to plow forward.
Well, we'd like to know if you followed the guidelines of WIS. If you didn't, what is outstanding that we need to look at? What's different in your budget? What do you want to draw attention to before we start?
The elephant in the room, number one, 1157 601, elected official.
You mean 106?
106.
Sorry, 106.
I'm like, okay.
1157 was the elected official at 77,509. Is that what you've submitted?
That's what I submitted.
Okay.
And I think the WIS guideline, let me quote that number for the record. Or is it's non-registered or is it non-certified?
Registered.
Registered. For a non-registered surveyor, which that's what you are, correct?
Correct.
Non-registered surveyor is.
$54,251, is that
Thank
it?
you. I can't find it.
Yeah.
I can't find it in
This
my
is based
notes.
on the study and the statute. The
There
non-registered
it is.
survey salary would be $54,251.
Yes.
Well, is the statute give the salary amount?
It's
A guideline.
A guideline.
Okay, so the salary amount comes from WIS.
But statute dictates a registered surveyor salary versus a non-registered surveyor
Okay,
salary.
but I just want to clarify. The
Yes.
statute doesn't state the amount, right?
No, the amounts came from WIS. Did I say that incorrectly? I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to make clear.
And then it further states that the non-registered surveyors,
I
20,
don't know where you're gonna find a non-registered surveyor to work for that. That's.
Well, maybe we could, I have a question, Greg. So what is the difference between a non-registered surveyor and a registered surveyor? What's the difference?
That's the state license. So if you're a licensed, state licensed surveyor,
Okay.
you're a registered surveyor.
So then let me ask you this. So, because the legislators somewhere have addressed this issue, that some surveyors may be registered, some may not. What can a registered surveyor do for the county that a non-registered surveyor can't do for a county?
Probably the thing that I hire out
Okay.
for a registered surveyor would be certifying the section corner book.
Section corner books. So would it be fair to assume then that the county has an added expense to a vendor because you are a non-registered surveyor?
Yes,
Do you know what those numbers are, what the county has spent?
I don't.
Section corner, what was the other part of that?
Section corner, it's the,
Perpetuation?
oh, yeah,
Okay,
Is this some of the fees that we paid Brad Ott and his company to do? Is that some
Yes.
of those fees?
yes,
is it tens of thousands of dollars?
it's not.
Let me ask you this, and this came up in some email questions. Is there any reason why you haven't become a registered surveyor to take advantage of that higher salary?
Education,
Thank you.
Could I weigh in a little bit?
Okay, yeah, we'll give everybody a chance to do that, but yes, sir, we can start with you if you'd like. Right ahead,
Are you talking to me?
go ahead.
So when I was doing this, looking through the big end of the transit, only Greg knows what that means. You could grandfather in and be a registered surveyor. And then the law has changed over the years, but what I'm trying to say here is that experience matters. And that a ton of experience, as Greg has, really matters. And you can get a registered surveyor that is fresh out of college and he would not have any of the skills or any of the wisdom or any of the knowledge that Greg brings to the job. Now, I understand we're not talking about person, we're talking about a position here. And I don't believe that their position amount in the $50,000 range is correct. That's just a statement.
And I might be able to help with that. And Tiffany, help me if you don't, or just make sure I'm on point. Because we really had to research statute for this. And then we had to go back and research old payrolls and county history and salary ordinances that we've had in the past. And what we found.
Hang on, and also I believed everyone received information to that respect, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, everyone.
Stop.
No, I just want to point out that we all had that information in front of us on the research that had been done, but go ahead.
And I'm bringing this out in a public meeting.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, what the statute states is the county should have on its salary, in its salary ordinance, a registered surveyor salary and a non-registered survey salary. Because statute reads that a registered surveyor makes 1.5 times more than a non-registered. So when Doug Lechner, so this was our research, then going back into history, Doug Lechner was our surveyor and he was a registered surveyor and had been for years. So the county only had the registered surveyor salary in its ordinances. Doug retired in 2017. Mr. Cantwell won the election in 16, took office in 2017, and the county had it right in 2017. They calculated the surveyor non-registered salary as 1.5 times lower than the registered surveyor salary that we had on the books.
0.5.
Thank you. I am just so tired of numbers at this point. And so over the years, the county did not keep those two salaries in its salary ordinance. And whenever cost of living COLAs were given out, they were added 100% to the non-registered surveyor. Rather, they should have been added to the registered surveyor and then the math done backwards to get this amount. Then another complication happened when WIS did a salary study 4 or 5 years ago, and they failed to, for whatever reason, I don't know, they failed to separate that there was a non-registered and a registered number in their study. Council didn't know that. They weren't aware of this statute. And so they saw the significance difference in salaries and gave 1 year a 12% increase to the surveyor, 14% the next year, 16%, I think the following year, to try to catch him up to what was really a registered surveyor salary.
I disagree.
Well, that's what happened though. I mean, that was
Well,
the
you're
fact.
Making statements about what a registered surveyor salary is. And I think that's so varied.
Okay.
And it's much greater than the numbers that are being stated. And this is from knowledge.
Okay. I was just trying to reflect in history when we went back and looked at the salaries that were paid and how those cost of living percentages or the moves to increase elected official salaries, how those were applied. And it appears they were applied incorrectly based on statute.
Hey, Greg, can I ask you, do you have plans on becoming registered?
I do not.
Is there a reason why not?
I'm at the end of my road.
Oh, you are not.
I am. I've already died in office once and retirement's around the corner.
I'm with
The
you.
law of diminishing returns.
I'm sorry. Mel.
What would it take?
I did have a question if I could.
Well, you said it would be just a matter of getting education to get registered. How much more education would that require of
Oh,
you?
Lord, it'd be going back to school for the required courses and then taking the exam.
Right, is that like a year and a
Maybe
half?
Years,
How many?
years.
Years, multiple, okay.
Did you want to?
I did have a question on the WIS study. It was categorized registered and unregistered
This
in
year.
their study. So is there
Registered
a
and
reason why
non-registered.
we're not following the unregistered?
Yes, we had to reach out to WIS and we found out that they had included all the supplements, stipends, per diems in their numbers, so they weren't pristine numbers. So we asked them to go back and look at that again. And that's when they came out with the non-registered survey salary would be 54,251, and a registered surveyor would be 81,376. Is that right?
And you're currently making what, Greg, 66,360?
Correct.
So
Okay.
you're above that million. Yeah.
And that internal midpoint, just looking at the numbers, and this is not reflecting you're not worth it or your knowledge or your skill isn't worth it, or you don't, obviously, you know a lot more about this in the job than I do. But looking at the numbers, what they're recommending and based on the statute that we tried to educate ourselves on. The current position shows you as the surveyors making 66,360, which is a calculation of a little over $12,000 over what would be suggested. And going by the guidelines, if we stick exactly by the guidelines, then the position would stay at that moving forward to catch up. I mean, I'm sure you've looked at it that way. So, like you said, talking about the elephant in the room, we honestly have gone back to WIS, trying to get them, you know, did you look at this right? Is this really accurate with the, 17 other counties and the other? And we couldn't come up with any numbers. So if there's something that we are missing here, please tell us. And I mean, that's all I really have to say. I don't, and I understand, Mr. Myers, you obviously know more about it than I do as well, but when you say it's wrong, I guess you need to tell me how it's wrong so we can go back and try to fix it.
Yeah, well, if anybody got Copilot in front of them, they could look up what is the salary for them.
And you're talking about an IA program or an AI program? Is that what you're talking about? What Copilot is?
Do we know that those numbers don't include the statutory supplements that surveyors get?
It's like everything else. It is subjective.
Yeah.
And where a person is, what their job responsibilities are. But I can guarantee you there are, how many registered surveyors are there in the state of Indiana?
They're under 800.
So there are under 800 of them. There's 92 counties. And those guys, I bet you, there aren't very many of them that are county surveyors. They're probably out in making a goblin.
Well, to use a word that you use a lot, quandary. This is the quandary that council's gonna find ourselves in. The WIS recommendation is that to be in compliance with statute, in our salary ordinance, we have to set two salaries, one for one for registered. And here's where it gets problematic.
Well, could I just make a statement? I
Yes.
agree with what we're doing with.
Right.
However, WIS is not perfect.
Well, here's what makes it problematic, and I absolutely get what you're saying, John, but here's the quandary we find ourselves in. If we were to approve the non-registered salary as submitted by Greg Cantwell at 77,509, following statute at 1.5 times higher, that puts our registered survey at $116,263.
That's probably pretty accurate.
That exceeds the study's salary range for external.
Yeah, I agree, but that's probably more accurate. So here's what my point is. And I just heard the number 54,000 being thrown out there for
Right.
whatever it was. I don't know what number, what world that comes from. I don't think you could hire a Rodman for that. And keep them. And that's, the lowest member of the surveying crew.
So can you share with us what supplements you're entitled to by statute? What other additional forms of pay do you get? It doesn't.
But I could research it.
No, I meant
We were
Greg.
asking.
I'm sorry, Greg.
I did. I took the WIS, the outside average, which was 80,873. And I backed out the ditch mileage. And I backed out the corner perpetuation. And that's how I came up with.
So you went with the outside numbers rather than the.
That's only had outside. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all outside.
So I think,
Because I know I'm familiar with some of those counties, some of them are not. And it's a tough job. I wouldn't want your job today. Because every county surveyor is different throughout the state. You can't go into one and it'd be the same as the next. And I found this out when I took office, that just knowing the county surveyors that I worked with in the private world and then going into office, it was a lot different. Everybody has that state statute requirements that they have to do.
you have to, yeah.
But then you have counties that have no regulated drains.
Okay, so if I could just share one more piece of
Absolutely.
information, and then that's all my research, and it's all read in the public record. So, so in 2024, the surveyor in Johnson County was paid the elected official salary. You were paid $750 for ditch miles. You were paid $900 for per diems to attend the planning meetings. You were paid $880 to attend per diems for the drainage meetings. And that corner perpetuation fund, you were paid a little more than $2,300. I haven't done the math if someone wants to do that for me, but just to read into the record, you get paid more than just the elected official salary, correct?
Plan commission, I do receive plan commission, but other than the commissioners, the surveyor by statute appoints a member of the plan commission. And it's what Doug did, and that's what I do. I just serve that position. I don't have to. So if I'm going to be penalized here for holding that, I'm not going to be on plan commission. I'm going to appoint somebody and you can pay them.
I don't think this board wants to penalize you or anybody else. You've brought that surveyor's office a long way since you've been there. I've seen it with my own eyes. I know what you started with and I know where we are today. So nobody has indicated or saying that.
Well, I said on the advisory plan commission with him, And he brings a great deal of knowledge. And once again, I question, well, thank you for what you do, Greg.
So as I was saying, I don't think anybody up here is questioning what you do or how you do it or your office. I've seen with my own personal eyes how you've brought it from 2016 to what we're doing now with the new ditches and the new drains and that whole program. So, and unfortunately, this is the groundwork and the framework that we have to work with. And based on the numbers that we have, I'm going to have to support the staying as is and moving with the WIS study guide. As much as me personally would love to give you exactly everything that I feel you're worth and that's needed, but for me, I'm going to stick true to what the statute and what we've tried to do for every other department.
So what is that number?
66,360 plus any additional supplements.
Plus 1,000 stipend.
Well, we haven't decided that yet on the directors and the elected officials. That will be at our budget. So that's all I have to say, Greg, and everything you've said is valid and research has been done and there's been no malice intended here whatsoever. I know, I mean, as far as people go, we couldn't ask for anybody any better, so.
And just for the record, and not just for this budget, but with other budgets as well, I've been tasked with doing the research.
Right.
So I guess I would ask, please don't shoot the messenger. I just get to bring the research forward and then everyone gets to make the decision.
And we talked about that, us doing, certain ones doing so much research because it puts you right there on the front line looking like the bad guy. And that's not what the intent was here. So.
But I'd like to be able to present some things.
Absolutely.
Go right ahead.
Do I have time?
Absolutely, we'll make time.
Before the second.
Yeah.
No, right now, whatever you want to
I
put
don't
in.
have it.
No, I think that's gonna be up. I mean, legal. I don't know that it's up to a council member to present on behalf of a
No, I don't.
department.
I'm not presenting on behalf of it. May come in lower.
So you're wanting to do additional research on what we've done prior to.
Want to justify what I said here.
I guess you're free to do whatever you want.
I'd like to be able to back it up.
Yep, you're free to do whatever you want and send it to all the council members. You're free to do that.
Hey, Greg, where was it you got this number, 77,509 for unregistered?
That was the WIS average for non-registered minus the corner perpetuation and minus the ditch mileage.
Okay, could we hear from some of the ones that have been kind of quiet
Yeah, I apologize.
down there at that end?
I'm committed to WIS.
Okay.
Simple.
I am too, but I'm sitting here kind of wrestling with this in my mind where we've got just an absolute firm grip on WIS in their study when we've got some anomalies. And I think this is a great case for an anomaly that is no one's fault, just a situation we find ourselves in with no latitude at all and no flexibility to move outside of what that is. I don't know what the remedy is for that.
Well, I think the remedy is in place. I think the remedy is the marching orders everyone has. If this is not right, here's what you do moving forward to get that changed. I think that is the remedy. So if what we've done here is not correct based on statute and based on research and based on the numbers they provided us, then after Monday's meeting, there will be a certain steps that he can take and work with WIS and say, look, you guys got it wrong. And
Fair
this is
enough.
why.
And if John, for instance, John's comments are on point and this is something's missed here.
Yeah.
Have correct.
By all means, if
We
something's
can remedy
missed.
maybe what some of this information is. That's all I'm thinking is we just got a tight grip on this thing until we do that,
Yeah.
we hang on to.
And that's why the avenue to do continued work with it after the
that's fair.
fact
Okay.
is put in place. So.
I mean, I understand what John Dittmers was saying. We do have a tight grip on this, and we talked about this before, but I do believe that we need to have that tight grip this year. The remedy is the policy that we're putting in place on Monday, as well as next year when we start hitting with potential ranges and whatnot, that can help resolve some of the issues as well. So I'm sticking with the WIS study.
So, further discussion.
Well, I do have to address overtime.
But I think if I could, directly related to the elected official is the chief deputy.
Yes, that's the next, yes, piece that has to fall once,
Right,
because the
right.
chief deputy's salary is, we've decided by WIS is 85% of the elected official. So again, with this particular situation, you'll have a non-registered salary and a registered salary in our salary ordinance. By statute, we have to have that moving forward. So that will be another bit of the quandary, to use John Meyer's words, that we'll have to remedy. But I would just like to address overtime real quick. You have 3 funds. And in those 3 funds, you have $11,500 in overtime. In your 1157106, you haven't used any overtime at all. And you have that at $2,500. Is there any room to take that down lower?
It's been a tough year. The majority of what our overtime is ditch spraying.
Yeah, and I think I should note for the record, I don't think, did you turn in your overtime and supplement report to the council? Because I didn't get it. And I will need that before second reading.
No.
Could
I
you
didn't
get
know I
it to
need-
us? Yeah. Yeah. We need an overtime report by employee. This year to date, so January, July, August. And then what supplements your people may be receiving in additional to their regular salary. That was requested from everyone. But yeah, $2,500, you've expended 0. Do you think you can take that down any at all?
Overtime is again, mainly for ditch spraying. This year, we didn't do a lot of ditch spraying just because it's so heavily weather related. We subcontract out the physical application itself, but we have staff on site to monitor as they are doing the ditch spraying. When they pull into town, they work from sun up to sundown.
So is that a yes or a no? I'm sorry.
It's a no.
It's a no. Okay. And then in fund 1157-119, you have overtime of $4,500 and you've only expended $400 to date. Are you able to reduce that line item at all?
No.
Then in fund 1202, surveyor corner perpetuation, your overtime is $4,500. You've expended nothing. Are you able to take that down any?
Corner perpetuation, I would. It's my money. It's my fund.
So that's another
So then-
perpetuation fund.
Never mind then.
Yeah.
So that's a no on those other 2 funds. And then you will be able to get that overtime report to us and supplement reports that your employees receive in addition to their salaries. Thank you, sir.
Now, we want to circle back around and you wanted to talk about your chief deputy, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to lose my chief deputy in 26. A position he's held for 40 years. It would be tough. It'd be impossible to hire somebody in at 85% of 54,000. If you followed that strict WIS. Because then you've got the boss that's making less than everybody else. So it did make sense.
Well, in your case, we're keeping you at 66,360 and 80.
Not reducing it.
No, would never reduce it.
Yeah, we're keeping you there.
So I assume.
So 85% of that is 56,406. So 56,000.
And we won't be reducing that either if that is above that amount.
So he would stay the same with.
Right.
With the.
Right, and he's also going to automatically qualify for the stipend as well.
Right.
He won't walk
Okay.
away with nothing. So no, we're not reducing anybody's salary.
Melinda, did you have 56,406 for that number? Thank you. I'm just gonna write it down.
So even though it doesn't fall within that percentage, there would be no reduction in salary.
Yeah, no.
So Greg, do you work with GIS?
We do, we have a GIS specialist in-house.
Do you do GIS? Are you capable?
I am not.
Okay.
Do you think, Mr. Surveyor, this might help people? Do you think you can get us a dollar amount of what the county pays for Brad Ott to do those corner perpetuation stones?
I can.
Perfect. That might help. Thank you.
I think you already have it, because I think I already asked for it, but I couldn't find it. So I'm sorry. Okay, further discussion for Greg? Mr. Cantwell, I'm sorry. So I believe we could take all of these together and
I'll go ahead and make the first motion. I don't have the wording.
I can,
Oh, there was one, Melinda, before you help with your motion, and in Fund 0119,
where are you? 1157?
page 22,
Okay,
inspector, first line item, the WIS salary guideline was 59,721, which was a little bit more than what Greg requested.
for the inspector,
Uh-huh.
59,721.
And then on the 1202, for surveyor corner perpetuation on page 23, the GIS specialist,
Oh, I'm not, okay, that one, yeah. Mhm.
yeah, 59,720 is WIS. Just to help with your motion.
So at this time, I am prepared to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations to revise the numbers that, and you can speak of them in your motion, to the WIS council guidelines.
Okay. I would like to place a motion to accept the recommendation. Yeah. No, that's hers. I'll make a motion here to approve funds 1157-0106 surveyor with amendments to account 11100 elected official to 66,360 and account 11200 to 85% of the elected officials rate. Do you need the number?
I think you have to.
Yeah, it has-
Same, it can't be lowered.
Yeah, it has to be the 65,276.
65?
276.
276, what he made last year.
That's a 24 adopted.
Now we can't go down.
85% would take it below.
Yeah. Okay, I'll start over. I'll make a motion here to approve 1157-0106 surveyor with amendment to account 11100 for the amount of 65,276 and 11200 to 85% of that.
No, that's not right, babe.
Not Nate.
1157-11100 needs to be amended to 66,360. And then 1157-11200 needs to be amended to 65,276, which is not 85%. It's more than that, but we're not
Okay, so
sure.
that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
wait,
confusing.
It is confusing.
it is. Okay,
It's a
so I got it
lot.
right here. So Greg, you're making 66, what was it?
360.
360. And then the your first deputy was what?
65,276.
All right, I'll start over. Here we go. 1157-0106, which changes to account 11100 at 66,360. And account 11200 at 65,276.
Correct.
And then Fund 1217-0106. EO Training Surveyor as presented. And account 4905 JC Surveyor Certification ABPF Fund as presented. And account 1157-0119 F&B Surveyor Drainage Board with the change to account 11105 Inspector to 59,721. There you go.
One more.
One more.
We're almost there.
We're almost done.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Account 1202 Surveyor Corner Perpetuation would change to the account 11358 to the amount of 59,720.
You got it.
Did it.
So we have a first by Mrs. Grissom, or Miss Grissomer,
Second.
second by Mrs. Graves. Further discussion?
I have a note, so before second reading, I'll get with Greg. We can't go over the bottom line for that fund 1202 due to advertising. So with the salary adjustment, we'll have to look at FICA and PERF, and you'll have to lower something. But I'll work with you on that.
Okay. Further discussion?
Just one question.
Huh?
How much is the ditch feed bringing in right now? Do you have any idea?
We went from a pre-reassessment of 360 and we are now at 2.5 million.
Thank you.
Okay, no further hearing no further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Say aye, sorry.
Thanks, Greg. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ben, could I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick. Because I'm a little bit confused.
Uh-huh.
So if we had a new surveyor starting tomorrow who was not certified or registered, according to Wagner Irwin Shealy, what would that salary be?
Well, we have to establish in our pay ordinance what we would pay if we got a registered surveyor. And then 80% of that, we have to determine that first. 85% of that is what you would pay your non-registered.
It's not 85.
I'm sorry,
1.5.
1.5, I'm sorry.
You're thinking.
And so what does WIS recommend
For registered,
for a registered survey? If you had to hire one tomorrow, or
Yeah.
if we had a new one
Right.
tomorrow, what would that be?
77 something.
And then that, of course, puts
At the
the
54.
non-registered down to 59.
Yeah.
Which would then put the first deputy to 54.
Right.
So you need to get with WIS. Those numbers are absolutely absurd.
And that's what Mr. Mallers was pointing
You're
out.
never
And
gonna
if
get-
that is the case,
Myers.
then
Myers.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay. The only one that, or no, is there someone after us? Yeah, bonds.
Are we next?
Yes, we are next. Council's budget starts on page 92. And Mallers has graciously, what's that word for forced into volunteering? To present council's budget.
Well, again, it follows the WIS guidelines. Stipend pay is in here for everybody, which we need to discuss the issue with who all gets stipends. Professional services for the WIS and all that's then Reuter and everything is in here at $100,000. No increase, everything was zero-based budgeted.
We did add a new line item, didn't we, for the computers? with
Yes.
Yes.
Which I,
The
yeah, we really
1157
need.
44000 for the office equipment,
Yes.
the new Surface Pros at $10,500.
How much did we actually advertise for the stipends?
750.
750,000? Is that what it was? Yeah, 750,000. So, for discussion, if I may, we need to determine whether we want to do elected officials and any part-time employees. And I know there's conflicting opinions. I know I'm conflicted myself. But we need to make that decision now. And there was something else.
We gotta,
We had
our stipends, we need to,
Yeah. we had
detail that.
Yeah, we had talked about and saved it to last. Once these numbers get to Mr. Reuter, and we fall where we should be, and we need to reiterate that this is okay with everybody here, but it was talked about prior, not voted on, but discussed, that those stipends be raised to $1,500. If in fact there is enough money to allow that. So we probably won't know, and I think we will have, but probably won't know for sure until second reading. But we probably need to discuss that. Is that something we choose to do if in fact we are within our numbers? So I guess the main thing to discuss would be directors and part-time people getting a stipend. And do we want it to be the $1,500 for all full-time employees? Or are we looking at something like a salaried part-time getting a lesser amount? I mean, there's several options that you could do, but we need to make that determination today. So why don't we start with full-time, non-elected positions that have exceeded in their current salary the WIS guideline amount?
Non-elected.
Non-elected.
Just for clarification, you said directors, but I think
Yes,
you meant to say elected
Elected,
officials.
correct,
Yes.
elected. So let's start, that's a good starting point. So let's
Regular
assume,
full-time employees.
we're
Everybody who's
in
not elected.
where we need to be.
Right.
Let's talk about, do we want to make that $1,500?
Well, do we know how many there are?
I can give you estimates.
At one point, we had estimates in
Are
it.
they good estimates?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yes, that's the reason it's the reason it was brought up.
Okay,
As long as we're able to stay with where we've been here.
right.
It will work.
But, and again, you know, that when,
What will work?
The 1,500.
Okay.
But
and to Pam's opening statement, when we began budget hearings, I think maybe this was even back to guidelines. This is a cooperative effort between council, elected officials, and department heads. So based on what you were able to do within your budgets, directly affects what we can pay in stipends. That's all I have to say.
so assuming we meet and stay within the guidelines, which I roughly estimated, I believe we will. We need to first talk about full-time employees only. Do we want to consider raising those stipends to $1,500?
I say yes, if the budget allows it.
I would support that if the budget allows
I
it.
agree with that. Or those budgets that exceed, or I mean, for those positions that exceed the WIS.
That's the ones that get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's so nobody walks away with nothing. Everybody will get it, unless they've already got a pay increase that exceeds that. So if in fact their pay increase was $800 and the stipend is 15, they'll get 700. That's the way.
So if we do approve that, then the elected officials and department heads will have to look at their numbers just a little bit. It is gonna pop a couple more people up into receiving a portion
Yeah.
of that stipend if it goes above, because everyone calculated on
Right.
a $1,000 stipend.
So, but I don't think that will be, I think that will do a little bit hearing. Yeah. So we probably need to take a vote on that one first, on the, just the employees. So if,
Ron,
Could I have, I don't know how we can vote on something when we don't know.
well, in order to do the numbers, we almost have to give an idea. Tiff? Question, Mr. Meyer said he didn't understand how we could vote on something that we didn't know for sure. Can we view it subject to?
Yes, but what is the clarification that you're seeking? Just the amount or the?
Or do we just need to get a consensus if we meet those numbers to make sure everyone is on board with that, or do we really need a vote?
I mean, you could do that. Everything's amendable up until final adoption, and even then you could adjust things, but you know,
Okay.
that's been the
Good catch,
position
Mr.
always.
Myers.
So I think the highest we could go would be a total of 750,000 because that's what we advertised, but we did advertise a little high.
Clarification. So you guys are in the food and beverage.
Yes.
I advertise an additional $1 million
Oh.
that I put into
yes.
Commissioner's health insurance. But I just
So we're
stuck it
still
in there,
okay.
so it's for the
Good.
fund,
Okay.
not the line item.
So let's hear everyone's opinion about it. Yes. I have a question from the audience.
So you've already budgeted $750,000, so that would mean 750 people would qualify for the $1,000 stipend. We've only got a little over 500 employees. Most of those employees got raises that would preclude them getting the stipend. You've got well more in that 750. You could do $2,000 easily. So 1,500, if you want to do 1,500, you've got the money already there.
Actually, Mr. West, we've run a spreadsheet on the numbers, so we know what the finite number is that we have to make salary increases and still stay within the guidelines of the fiscal plan that Mike Reuters presented us in May. So we have a finite number, and we know that prior to the budgets being submitted, there's about 311 employees that were going to be eligible for the stipend.
Yeah.
So we have done our research on this, and I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. Again, we advertised a little high just to cover ourselves, but there's been a lot of thought put into this.
Yeah, and that was my point. You've easily got enough money in that 750
Right.
if you wanted to take a vote on the
Right.
1,500.
But I think it would be better we wait officially to hear from Mr. Reuter. So we'll get an opinion, starting at the end with Mr. Bates. Your thoughts on increasing to 1,500 if applicable?
Yes, it sounds,
We're talking
reasonable.
full-time
It
employees.
sounds reasonable to me, yes.
Agreed.
Michelle?
Yes,
I'm agreed.
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 I have a hard time with stipends. That's all I'll say.
It's fine if you don't agree. I respect that.
I think that, you know, I don't know, do taxes come out?
Yes.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
But none of it goes towards, benefit or insurance or FICA and PERF.
Does it come out at this rate of their salary, or is it treated like a bonus where it's withheld larger amounts?
When would it be paid?
That's something that we would have to decide. This has been done before, so not in this amount. It's been done before. And if memory serves me correct, Amy, we worked with our payroll company and they set up a special program to do the pay for the stipend. And the proper taxes were withheld and the PERF and the FICA, and they helped us build that at that point. And it didn't seem to be a problem at that time.
Well, we talked about this too, and if we're talking about a stipend, it should be for employees employed on this day. It shouldn't be divided over the entire year. So
Right.
it would be, I guess, to your point, more like a bonus.
Right.
I do think if I remember the verbiage from the last time we did the $750 stipend, I believe the verbiage came out of council. It was James Eisen, and it was employees that were employed as of September of, in this case, it would be 2026. And then they were the ones that then would get the stipend for that year. And I think they got it the following month. Does that sound right?
2025. Yes. To get it for 26.
No, they'll get, I'm talking for 2026.
Yeah. So they would have had to have been here, if we go by that theory, it'd be September of 2025, correct?
That's 26.
If you're gonna pay it in 26, I would hope that they were employed in 25.
To 25.
Okay, I thought it was because the stipend is an increase for 2026. It's a bonus for 2026. So it wouldn't be the employees that were employed on January 1st. It would be for the employees that were employed for the majority of the year in 2026.
Right.
I think that's how it was written for that 750 back in the day.
I think it was.
No.
Because everyone else, they're getting their raises January of 26 from working in 25. So it's kind of like you're penalizing them on the stipend.
So,
What you're saying.
yeah, so
now.
you don't want somebody that started December 31st, yeah, to qualify for that.
Should they be here 90 days before they're eligible? It's an eligibility thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, and we need to determine that.
right.
So, prior, do you remember, was it?
I have it
The
somewhere. Let me.
Okay, so we do need to come up with a date, but they need to be employed full-time by before the stipend would kick in. So I think that's probably gonna end up being September 2025. If, when you look at that.
I'll find it, guys.
Okay.
Lots of information.
So, that's full-time employees. That's the potential amount. We know it's 1,000, could possibly be 1,500. We need a date of employment, which Michelle's looking at now. And we need, a date for the funds to be released. Everyone else will be receiving their pay increases, what, the third pay in January? Is that the way it works? Because it carries over 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Second pay.
So I'm thinking maybe the second pay in January.
please no. It's a lot for payroll.
Huh?
To get all the changes. I was thinking either February or March.
I can't hear you, Amy. February or
February
March?
or March, just to get through with all the changes, because we have the medical changes.
I get you.
For the
All that.
stipend?
Yeah.
And then do the stipend.
Yeah, in order to get it done correctly. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think spring, February or March would be fine. Whenever you get all of the first of the year changes in, new budgets in.
One of the other things that I don't like about a stipend is it just comes without, it's not like it's a reward for doing something well. It just goes out to it goes out to everyone. And I don't know, this is just a thought I'm throwing out there. Sorry, Pam.
Sir?
We have 24 elected officials and everyone falls underneath them at some point in time. And so why don't we assign these stipends to the elected officials to distribute to those employees that they feel are worthy?
Are you, I mean, are you?
I'm asking because, you know, they're under their guys, their employees are under their guys, so.
I was here, I guess, back, I was on that side of the fence when when the person running the show liked their daughter-in-law better than they
Yeah.
did you. Or they were buddies with your mom and somehow they got that extra $2,000 and you got the extra 200.
Yeah.
So I think, although what you say seems very fair and you'd have to depend on your elected officials. To me, in my personal opinion, I just think that's wrapping us right back around where we started.
Well, I'm afraid that you'd have to justify it with appraisals or something like that to say who's getting what and why.
And why.
And who's not getting what, and how do you justify that?
And how
other
do
than
you
just-
correct that?
So, and I don't know that we want to go down the appraisals route.
Or the employee review.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm, better way of saying it.
And I think my original thinking was this would replace the COLA. Because I don't want anyone to feel like that they're not getting a cost of living increase, even though they're not, they will be getting some type of funds. So that was just my thinking, so.
What would be the disadvantage to just applying it to the salary?
I'm not, I honestly, I'm not gonna debate it, so.
It messes up the base pay that we're trying to make consistent. That's why we wanted to pay it as a stipend. So that we can keep moving those base pays. We can award the extra money, but not make those base pays even higher than their counterparts.
So we can expend the tax dollar this year, but not next year.
Well,
No,
pay philosophy was to consistent base pay within similar job classifications. So the reason they're only getting the stipend is because they're already above where they're supposed to be paid for base pay consistency. So we wanted to be able to give them some money, a bonus, a stipend, but we can't have it affect that base pay. Otherwise, we're not sticking to our philosophy.
Okay.
Did you,
If that makes sense?
That was it.
in a way. I still
I
have
can
my.
show you on paper later.
Yeah.
I did find that verbiage, and it was in 2021. A motion for the stipend had 4 parts. Full-time employees whose salary is currently under the study internal midpoint will receive an increase to the salary midpoint. All full-time employees, excluding elected officials, will receive a $750 stipend. This is in 2021. This stipend will be a one-time disbursement to be issued the first pay in September of 2021. And in order to qualify for this stipend, all employees must have been employed by the county for at least 6 months prior to receiving the stipend. And that's how the council handled it in 2021.
And that was during COVID.
That was during, right, yeah. Well, it would have been in 2020, so yeah, COVID was going on.
I don't think we realized how bad it was at that time, but it was going on.
And then after that was the year we got the 7% COLA.
Yeah.
So it kind of
And that was
worked its
national,
way out.
and that was a national average.
I think we followed the state because the state went with 7% and council, we had the money in the budget. And then, yeah, and so then we went with 7% here in the county. So like we may not be able to get it all done this year. Be patient. Next year's coming. But anyway,
That was done third quarter.
yeah, they did because they wanted, yeah, that's what they did.
So we've established that the majority will go with the $1,500, assuming
Okay.
the money is there. We've established we want all full-time employees to have it. So do we want to stick with the verbiage? They must be employed here at least full-time, at least 6 months. I like that.
I like that.
Yeah, too.
At least 6 months. And Amy, can you narrow us down a date that you feel will be best for February or March based on the input that needs to be done the first of the year, and then it'll come out in early spring? Is that all right with everybody?
It's all full-time employees that are over the risk.
Yes, all full-time employees that are over the WIS study, and then if they are under, we bring them up to what it should be, and then they get the remaining amount.
In the
Correct?
stipend, yeah.
Yeah, everybody,
Sure. Yeah.
okay. So that, if that's, and I know everyone doesn't agree with that, but I'm assuming the majority is okay with that. If not, please speak up. Now we need to talk about, giving this same stipend or part of this or bonus, whatever we want to call it, to elected officials and
I just stopped on that one, yeah.
and part-time employees. My opinion on that is I wish we could work something out. So that the elected officials and all the part-time people could be included in that as well. But the taxpayer side of me states, this needs to be done for non-elected and anyone, only the ones that are working full-time. So at this point, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm gonna let's start this way and you guys give me some input. Let's get something to talk about so we can make a decision.
Are there any elected officials that fall into that category?
Two,
2 elected officials total.
surveyor and coroner.
Seems like we've picked on you.
Then
So we're talking $3,000.
And yeah, and the coroner's part-time chief deputy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we make an exception for those 3, Tiffany, and stay out of consistency trouble?
To accept them from the,
To give them the $1,000 stipends?
Since
yeah,
there's
those
only
are the only ones that do salary. I think we talked about this. They're the only ones that are salaried part-time.
Right.
So it is different. They are treated different.
Right.
They're already separate from part-time employees.
So if we carve those 3 out,
Yes.
We're okay.
You
we're
shouldn't have. an
we're not gonna be thrown under the bus.
Right.
Will you not tell anybody, Greg? So is everyone in
Yeah, I think
agreement
that's
carving those 3 positions out since there's only 3 that qualify?
No elected officials. And then we're gonna carve out three positions: coroner, surveyor,
Surveyor.
and,
Yeah. I know.
and coroner chief
He's the only one
deputy.
under.
Did all elected officials get at least a $1,500 raise?
1,500, I don't know. I know they did 1,000. Let me check.
Yeah, so they might get a portion of it then.
Recorder only got 1161. That would be the only one.
So why can't we put it this way? Only the elected officials that didn't meet the guideline.
Right.
Same as full-time.
Same as full-time, right?
So
It's
so
only involving 3 or 4.
Yeah.
recorder would get $400.
Yeah.
The recorder would get 400 of it then.
Yes.
Yep, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Also, back to the 6 months.
Hang on just a minute. I want to make sure that no one has got,
Yeah.
before we move on to something else. Is everybody with us on that? I mean, I don't want
That's
to
six-
overtalk. I
that's
know you're
4.
not, Mr. Mallers. I know you're not.
We're hoping for 15.
We know who you meant, Pam.
JT,
Yeah,
I'm gonna call you JT.
there you go.
So JT, we know how you feel. We're strong and you're welcome to talk. I don't want to talk over you. I just also don't want you to feel like you have to continue to repeat yourself after every,
Well, I'll just wait until the vote to explain myself.
okay. You're welcome to say whatever. Please don't think that you're not.
Finite and full.
Okay, so, and we haven't until second reading to correct any of this that needs to be corrected. So did part-time, how many of the part-time that we had that were other than the coroner's position that was full-time, part-time?
My point of view, I don't know the number, but I think part-time salaried even should be excluded.
Okay,
Because some of the departments and offices are raising their part-time rate.
gotcha.
And I think it's just too much to track, and I don't, in my heart, I don't think part-time employees expect that, but that's just my position.
Nope, gotcha. Mr. Dittmers?
I tend to agree with that.
Okay,
So, yeah.
We talking about part-time hourly here?
just, well.
Part-time any.
Period, hourly, part, because there's
Who would be a part-time salary position? Who would that?
Deputy coroner.
deputy.
Is that the only one?
Just the chief deputy.
Then it's a non-moot.
It's not me.
A moot, no.
Yeah. That's
What
what,
she said.
so we eliminate, yeah, so it's a moot point, right?
Higher. It's a moot point, and it's non-mute.
It's both of those.
Okay, Amy, have we,
Someone-
When I go home,
what were you asking about the 6 months?
Instead of, like, why don't you just make it, they had to be here as June 1st of 25, regardless of the actual pay date we come up with.
That was my initial thought, but since the other ordinance said, or the other suggestion said 6 months, I thought that might be better for some reason, so. I am on board with being employed here a year to qualify, is that what you're saying? Being employed
Well,
full.
still 6 months, but make it June 1st.
Yeah,
That's
that's
6
first, right,
months.
still the
Yeah.
same 6 months.
Regardless of the actual date picked to pay it,
Wouldn't it be July 1st?
whatever.
yeah. And I would say I would like to define that a little bit by saying continuous employment.
Yeah, Amy. The word continuous employment is important
Yeah.
on that, because.
You know, you came on June 1st, but then you left, but then you came back.
Same position?
No, not, I would say just county employment.
Yeah, because there's people, I think,
That
transfer,
moved
as long as
jobs,
you stayed an uninterrupted county employee, I think.
Continuous service. Sorry.
You're getting, huh?
It's a lawyer. It's a lawyer.
Still, it's got a person.
Oh, stayed until the day after and then left.
That day came and then said, oh, I'm leaving.
That's right. I forgot about that, Teresa.
2 week notice.
And after a vacation?
I forgot about that. We probably should put a clause in there that if their employment terminates within what, 60 days after the stipend, they'll be required to. Yeah, we have another comment from the crowd.
I appreciate what you guys are doing. I just got a question here. I thought I heard you say that the deputy coroner and the deputy chief in the surveyor's office are part-time?
No, the surveyor's not part-time. The coroner is classified as part-time and so
What?
is his chief assistant.
And is his deputy part-time?
He has another full-time job.
Yeah, that's what, I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure because
Yes.
I thought maybe you.
No, we know,
talked
we
to Joe
know,
being
we know
part-time.
Greg's not.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
So back to, do we want to put a stipulation after they receive their money? And you are right. There were people that did wait until after that day and then left the next day.
What if
Yeah.
we don't tell them when they're gonna get it?
Sure.
Barb.
Maybe consider splitting it, like half of it beginning of the year and then the other half at the end of the year. And that way, kind of take care of someone thinking about leaving.
750 and 750?
I think you take the chance. This is an age-old issue with bonus programs and everything else. You pay them, typically get paid first quarter. People are gonna leave, wait till they get it, then they leave, and that's just the nature of the beast. I mean, that's how I see it.
We will hunt you down.
Yeah. It's 15.
Not that many people can just up and think like that.
So is this considered a benefit?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by benefits, sir.
Is it a benefit?
Is it like
considered-
health insurance?
Yes,
I would
Is it
say it's more
considered
like a
ben-
bonus,
it's not a bonus.
stipend bonus. I don't.
I think it is.
It's a bonus.
It's not a bonus, it's not a performance bonus.
It's just a we love you bonus, I guess. It's a thank you for.
Probably a better title would be a supplement.
A supplement, you think?
Yeah,
It's compensation.
It's compensation?
state.
Well, we just need to figure out what to call it. That we're legal, I guess, Tiffany, what we need to call it.
For what it's worth, the state called it a stipend.
State called it a stipend.
Yeah. We can hold us up.
So.
I think we call it a stipend.
Okay, do we have the particulars that we need at this point for the council's budget?
We have to vote on it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm waiting to see if there's any further discussion, if Amy needs, or Elizabeth needs any information from the table.
Yeah, so just all full-time elected officials will get $1,500 stipend if they didn't get an increase already up to
Right.
50, at least 15. They had to have continuous employment from July 1st through December 31st. And then the pay date is to be determined.
Okay.
Whatever.
So
Okay, so any other discussion? We're on the last one, you guys breathe. No, we're not.
Close.
I'd like to move to accept the budget as presented. That's right. Is there any number changes?
Okay,
1157, 135, the council budget. Accepted as presented.
and let's go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and do the 1217?
Oh, yeah.
And,
And then 1217, 135, the elected official training. The 1233, 135, the lit council, and then 1001, 135, general fund council.
Okay,
Accept them all as presented.
we have a first for the council's budget
Second.
by Mr. Mallers, a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion?
I do.
Okay.
It's very uncomfortable for me to vote myself a raise, and I was hoping it would have come up in discussion. I don't know that statute lets anyone else vote on that except ourselves. And I just wanted everyone to know it makes me very uncomfortable. But I also think if we don't do it this year, when are we going to do it? And if we're going to stick to the guidelines and we made the commissioners take it, then I suppose we have to too. That just makes me very uncomfortable. That's all my comments.
Anybody else? Any
Yeah.
further
Yeah,
discussion?
along that line, I thought the same thing, be quite honest with you, because it's a little embarrassing to do that. Where I reconciled it though, is the WIS study, because we stuck to our guns on everything else, and so I guess cent per penny, in per pound, right? And secondly, this isn't about this council, it's about this council today and going forward. As far as how we're structured, so that's kind of how I got around that, but I will agree with Michelle, it's a little embarrassing to vote yourself a pay increase, especially like this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna support it, but it feels very uncomfortable.
Any further discussion?
Well, we can also look to our federal government, passed the 27th Amendment.
Do that.
Let's not do that.
That's who I want to be like.
No, I wanna be like Mike.
But, you know, I'm just saying that is a, and I'm with you too. I feel, I never did that when I was at Johnson, when I was on the council, Greenwood. I never would do vote for that. It always passed. But at the same time, as you said, for future councils, I think you got to keep that in mind as well, so they'll know if they were to run for an office like this, that they'll know up front. You know, this is what the compensation is.
Yes, it's important, and I do want to set the county up for victory.
Yes.
Don't misunderstand me in that. And I do want to be consistent because I've been consistent on everyone else. I just wish council didn't have to vote for their own pay increase. That's my point.
Any further discussion?
Yes. So first, does this include the stipend? Are we voting on the stipend? You're shaking. your head.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm shaking my head because I would think with that kind of raise, we would not, we're bringing to the midpoint, so we didn't make anywhere near that, so we wouldn't.
Yeah, no,
Details
you mean
of
the
this.
details of the stipend we talked about that?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, no.
As far as I know, we have all the details for the stipend, yes.
Yeah.
So we are voting on that also.
No, there was not in the motion. I think it was just a consensus.
We could take it separately.
So we'll take it separately.
Well, I just like to comment, and I'll probably vote the same way no matter what. But the discussion on the stipend, the reason we did it in 21, or I don't know the exact date. I remember that it was a time of great uncertainty,
You're right.
and we didn't know what the future was going to bring. I'm getting emotional here,
It's okay.
but go on. You're all taking.
No, I understand your point, and I appreciate your passion for our group of people. And I think SB 1 is our COVID. It is very uncertain.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
my position will always be to protect the employees that we have now any way that we can.
Yeah, and I was gonna make that. I had it written down here that it was the uncertainty of the future.
Yeah.
Revenue this time,
Yeah.
but I cannot support voting a raise for us. That's just been SOP for me.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? Right now, we're voting on our actual budget as presented, and I think I have a first and a second, correct? So any further discussion? No, hearing no further discussion, all in favor of passing our budget as presented, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No,
Passes. Now, Tiffany, do we need to state the particulars again on the $1,500 and take a vote on it? Or is what we've done okay, or do we pass it? Can we do it at second reading?
It's whatever, as long as everyone understands what they're voting for.
Mm-hmm.
So you can vote it like, let's do 15. We sometimes do pending legal, so you could be 15, assuming that we have the funds or whatever is what we talked about last time.
Okay, so Amy, if you will read out loud what we came up with, the motion then I would believe would be to accept pending legal. And then we can take a vote on that in case things change, and we do have the right to change it up until second reading. So if you'll read it out loud for the record.
Any full-time or elected official that did not receive at least a $1,500 salary increase would get a stipend. Has to be employees who are employed continuously from July 1st of 25 through December 31st of 25. This also includes the chief deputy coroner, which is a salaried part-time position.
And then, that was it. That covered
Yeah,
everything,
that was
didn't
it.
it? Okay, so, the motion, I'm open for a motion for that Amy just read, subject to pending legal.
I'll make that.
We have a first on the floor by Mr. Bates, Second by Mr. Dittmers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Passes. So, next is bond 3.
You could just bond 3 and those are just like your debt payments, so you guys can just.
So we just vote to pass that. There's nothing needs to be presented. Okay. So on 4618 bond 3, I'm open for a motion to approve as presented.
Move to approve 4618 bond 3.
Motion by Mr. Dittmers. Doing both at the same time.
330529, lit correctional rehab facilities.
Okay. First by Mr. Dittmers,
Second.
second by Mr. Mallers. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Oh my goodness, we're done.
Move to adjourn.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Great.
Oh, you're right.
I made that same mistake. Amy, you remember?
That's why we love you, Amy.
Up in the front of the book,
Yeah, it's blue
yeah.
pages.
Don't leave us now, Mr. Assessor.
Sneaking out.
I'm kidding. Yeah. Nice.
Was that a threat?
Yeah, I think so.
Promise.
We just really need to focus on the ones that changed, correct?
So.
Correct. Also, I changed the standard rate from $9 to $12.
The what? I'm sorry.
The standard rate from 9 to 12, but I think everyone pays above that anyways.
Yeah, well, that's been a standard rate for a long time here. Yeah.
That's lower than McDonald's, isn't it?
So I have a question. How, and I don't mean this to sound ignorant, but how are we supposed to know if this is justifiable or not? I mean, they're not here to represent, they're not here to present, so there are some notes here.
You can always catch it on second.
I'm sorry?
You
Yeah,
can always catch it on second.
let's do that. There's some new ones on here that didn't have part-time rates in 2025. You got new per call items, it looks like, in the corner.
Amy, I think I need some time to review.
Yeah.
Can we do this second reading? Or do you need to know in order to submit the budgets?
Well, no, you can do it, but you can change it at second reading, just like any
Okay,
other
so
budget.
what I
So
hear you say is adopted as presented, and then if we have questions, whatever, change it
Subject,
at
yeah.
second reading. Okay, I think, because I need to look at these,
Yeah.
so
I don't know that I did. I know I didn't.
I didn't either.
It wasn't on my radar,
Yeah.
and I apologize for that.
Some of them did mention it, but so how about this? How about we go ahead and adopt the part-time rates for the 2026 requested and the other miscellaneous pays as submitted, subject to any changes at second reading.
Then what's the expectation as to how we validate these or hear the story?
There is, other than anything over $12,000 or $12 is our standard at this point, and then work with each department on their justification or see if something's in the notes. So I would say everybody take their liaison and contact their
Yeah.
people for their part-time rates and then be able to explain it during second reading.
Yeah, because the courts is significant.
Right, right. So
And I apologize.
I just told,
First year kid, I didn't even look at these blue
that's the
pages.
last time you're gonna use that card.
Can I have it for second reading?
Yeah. My 12 years on the council, our philosophy always was we we approved the overtime or the part-time amount for the year.
Uh-huh.
And if they wanted to use it at $9 an hour or $15 an hour, they had justification. It really didn't, they can't go over what you appropriate.
Very good point.
Yeah,
Very
so you do
good
have
point.
control over that.
So regardless of how they pay it out,
Yeah.
we have done a number.
Yeah.
That's a
They
very,
just use it up quicker if they go to a higher rate. So.
Does minimum wage apply?
Do what, sir?
Does minimum wage apply?
No,
not for part-time rates.
I don't think for part-time.
So my suggestion would be to entertain a motion to accept them as presented. Everyone still contact who their liaison for, and if anything stands out or needs to be addressed, we can do so at second reading. With the controls, Mr. West mentioned having already approved the amount in the line item.
Just so you know that departments can do transfers, same series without coming back to you guys.
Oh, that's right, right.
So
Well, I think at this point, all we can really do is to each person check with their department and see if you agree with what their part-time salary is, and then come back at second reading.
Yep.
So that's the motion I'll be prepared to take.
So moved.
First by Mrs. Graves, second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion? Just that everyone, please, whoever your liaison for, get with them and discuss the part-time rates. And then if anything is out of the ordinary, needs to be discussed, be prepared to discuss it at second reading, please. No further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Would I be able to cover some on the sites?
now.
Move to adjourn.
Do we have to sign anything?
Not today.
We have a move to adjourn. Everybody's in favor, right?
Right.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Died for
Aye.
a second.
Yeah, we're getting slap happy.
Are we off? Are we off?